Hello, good morning. Happy Saturday. I see all these people saying, "Where's TM? Where's TM?" I usually do this. This is my normal flow. I set up my live. So, like, for people that don't know, I usually set up my lives and I start like scurrying around and trying to find things, and I take a little bit. So, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was up and down all night because I was so extremely bothered. I know I'm not the only one. There was a comment I wanted to put up here, and I don't remember where it was. Let me see if I can find it. It was a good one, and I don't know where it went. Hey, Lil Deb. I didn't play my regular songs because suddenly I'm getting copyrighted for them where they're blocked in certain countries. And I don't mind being demonetized on my streams, but I absolutely don't want them to be blocked where people can't access them. So we just play a little bit of Doja. And that's like I love that so much. I wish there was a longer one. I actually commented to that creator and I asked if they had a longer one, and they said that's all. They're not doing any more than that. So there's only like a minute and a couple seconds. I think it was like a minute and 18 seconds of them. So, Sage Sleuth, good luck to you. I saw your comment about needing surgery, or is it open heart surgery? And I wish you all the best of luck. Lots of prayers your way. Hey, Eden, how are you? Sarisa, Brenda. I don't know where that comment went. Hey, Alanis, how are ya? Long time no see. Hey, Janessa. Day Tripper. Ashley. Shelly Ann. Oh, where that comment went. And I don't even remember what it said, but I was like, I've got to put this up. And now I can't find it. Hey, Maleficent. Long time no see. How are ya? And Sage, I'm not going to take your wrench when you go have surgery. Hell no. Your wrench stays. And if you happen to mod or whatever you called it, it's all good. We'll fix it. What up, fellow New Englander sister? Hey, Kathy Meyer, you're a New Englander too? I hope the weather's nice where you are. I know it is because it's going to be beautiful this week coming up. For what I see, we have a full forecast of sun. It's going to be 76 here on Monday. I'm going to be in my bathing suit. I don't care where. I'll post up on the sidewalk. I don't care where I am. The pool's not open yet. So, hey, Sandy, Jersey girl. Massachusetts? Nice. I'm on the Connecticut border. So I'm all the way in southern Rhode Island, right on the border of Connecticut. And the farthest away from Massachusetts that you could possibly get. And little old Westerly. Some people travel here to go to the beach. We call it Misquamicut. Hey, Gigi, good morning. Good morning, Gigi. Hey, allegedly with Brittany J. So I think it's interesting because, let me just say this. Brittany and I have, I think, pretty opposite views on this case, but guess what? We can coexist. Imagine that. Good to see you. And Brittany, I'm going to give you your wrench back because I realized I took it when I had major issues way back and I never put it back. So hold on a minute. Let me fix this because I thought about it the other night. I want to make sure that you have that. Hey, Cotton Candy Boobs, I'm going to wrench you up as well. Give me a sec. Let me put you in. There you go. All right. So now, don't be wrench happy because I don't like my chat to be manhandled. Okay. All right. Hey, Zara Jules, how are ya? Mary Jane Doe, good morning. How are you? Okay. Susan I, how are you? Nika. Love Nika. Yes, Janessa. I've known Brittany since baby Cash's case. I don't know how long. You've been here a long time, so you remember when I covered baby Cash. Speaking of, baby Cash's 3-year mark is in just a couple weeks. So he's been on my mind really heavy lately. And I've thought about him a whole lot. Actually, I've been more emotional over him than in the recent past. Luda, I've been looking for you, girl. Member for 29 months. I love you. Thank you so much. That's such dedication. I appreciate that. Holy crap. 29 months. Who else had 29? I think Cheesecake Mafia had 29 months yesterday. I know there's a group of people that have been here for 29 whole months, and I'm shocked at that because that's amazing. And I really do want you to know how much I appreciate that. I don't think I've ever been a member of anyone for 29 months. So thank you so much. I probably should do more for my members. I was talking about that last night. I'm going to try. I promise I'm going to try. Maybe I'll do some I don't know. I'm going to go to the sentencing for Adam Montgomery in just a week or so. And I was thinking of just putting my live stream on for the members while I drive up there. Maybe I won't drive in live. I'm not going to go crazy or anything because I'm very careful when I'm driving. But I figured on the way, I would totally do a little members live or whatever. You guys could keep me company because it's quite a drive. It's 2.5 hours. So, hey, Linda Luhu. Cat Candy Boob says autism, but let's see. I didn't even like you, bitch. That's an inside joke. Hey, Eden. Sunshine Girl. Hey, TM and my Mahdi friends in chat. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Lil Dab, did I say hi to you? I feel like I did. The Black Widow channel. Hi. How are you? Good morning. It's been a long time. Yes, Tiff, Cash broke me. Oh my God, did he ever? That was the first case I ever covered. And Baby Cash is different to me. He has a very special place in my heart. I don't think there's anything that compares to watching him being taken from his crib. It's haunting, just haunting. That's what got me with Cash. I never actually thought I would ever cover any kind of crime cases. I just wanted to talk about it, and then it turned into what it did. And then Summer went missing, and voila, boom, here I am. And it's been quite a crazy ride, but I am thankful for all of the love and support, for real, all of it. It means the world to me. Hey, Trish. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, because you are, well, you're evening just about, right? You have almost 3 years on shares. See? Yeah. Thank you, Maleficent. Member for 13 months. Thank you so much. 13 months is such a long time. Shit, even like 5 months is a long time, you know? So thank you very, very much. I hope you know how much I really do appreciate it. I don't probably say it enough. Oh, let me see here. 420 Grower says, nothing more disrespectful than distracted driving on YouTube. Yes, I am a huge stickler for touching my phone when I'm driving. So I'll just let you guys come along for the ride, and I'll read my chat when I'm stopped in traffic or at red lights and stuff. I was in an accident, so I don't fuck around. And it wasn't my fault, right? It's the other crazy people on the road you have to watch out for. And there's so many crazy people on the road. It's insane. Hey, Holly. That's my line. I never even liked her, Gigi said. Okay. Nana 5, who is now Nana 6 because she is a Nana to 6. Hey, Erin Eberhard. Good to see you. 4:32 p.m. cheesecake. All right. Yeah. So afternoon. Jamie one by. I hope I said that right. Let's not forget Summer Moon Utah Wells. Technically 3 years is the mark when a case becomes a cold case. Now, cotton candy boobs. That is something that it depends, because it's all a matter of when tips stop coming in. So, yes, I agree with you. 3 years is the mark. But if tips are still coming through, and we know that here on YouTube, there will always be these frivolous tips being called in. And in a way, I'm thankful for those. Sometimes when these creators are going way overboard, I'm like, well, you know what? Thank you for being an asshole, because you're just going to keep, Summer in the forefront of law enforcement's mind and on the top of the pile on their desk. I know that sounds crazy. Call me crazy if you want to, but I don't want Summer's case to go cold. Although I was just saying the other day, I feel like it is, most likely is, but as long as tips are coming through, it cannot be considered cold, like steady tips, obviously. Although I don't know, a lot of attention has been taken off of her. And I don't mean to take attention off her, actually. I feel wrong to even go live about anyone else other than Summer, which is strange, but that's how I feel. When I spend time on anything else, I feel like I'm taking time away from her, and it sucks. Listen, last night, I have to say this just in case, and I don't think it will happen, but around 2 a.m., my internet went out and there was like a widespread outage. I could not get back connected for several hours. In the off chance that was to happen again, and my live stream happens to go out, or for some crazy reason, thank Verizon, because their Fios is so great. It's like crazy the amount of money I pay Verizon, and they can't even keep the freaking internet on. But I just want to say that because I don't know what caused that last night, but it was out for a couple hours. And I called at like 3 a.m. because I was trying to do stuff. And they said that it had restoral time of like 6 p.m. tonight. And it came back on really quickly. I think like while I was sleeping for a little while because I didn't really sleep a lot. But I just need to say that because you never know. But I don't want anybody to think that if it does go out for some crazy reason, it's not my fault. Trish says, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else than here. Member for 28 months. Thank you so much, Trish. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, everyone. Even if you're not a member, thank you for being here. I haven't slept since, I don't know, before I left Alaska. Oh, geez, Cheesecake, we got to get you to sleep. 420 growers. A driver on their phone killed my dog last year. Oh, my God. And it just hits me different now when I see people on the phone driving. Yeah, I don't like people reading their chat, driving and living. I think it's so dangerous, probably more dangerous than even texting. I see people in the car driving, reading their chat for 10 whole minutes. And I'm like, are they going to crash? Are they going to crash? You know? So I don't drive and live ever, but it's like my rule, right? But I can definitely take you guys for rides without reading the chat. So, Flora Mae Bunny, good morning. Yes, you do. You do have to worry about others driving more than your own. There are lunatics everywhere. Shelly Ann, oh, you guys are doing your little, I guess we should get this out of the way now in the beginning. I'm thankful to you for pointing out the things that my autistic brain can't see. Much love to you and thank you. You're welcome, Shelly Ann. Thank you for being a member for 26 months. Oh my God, you guys are so good to me. Thank you. You're seriously so sweet. I'm like in awe that people have been here for this long. Day Tripper says, aren't cold cases eligible for other resources? Yes, there's a lot of programs for cold cases. Believe it or not, a lot of cold cases are solved because they're cold cases. Hey, Jay Marie, how are ya? Just popping in to say hey. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. I hope you are too. Let's see. Thank you, Cotton Candy Boobs. Just dropped the information for summer. If you have seen or know the whereabouts of Summer Moon Utah wells from Hawkins County, Tennessee, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any and all tips. And the same goes for Sebastian, 1-800-TBI-FIND. Hey, Jenna, dropping in to show love and support. Be safe. Don't text and drive. I appreciate you. Aw, good to see everybody. Thank you, Sunshine Girl. Thank you for being you and for always keeping it real. We adore you. Well, I adore you guys too. Most of you guys. Whistle Down, what's up? Good morning. Listening while shopping. Coles needs to hear this. Oh, shit. I need a shopping spree. I've been thinking about it. I always have a bad habit of buying new clothes when I'm going into new seasons. So it's not a bad habit, but I have far more clothes than I know what to do with and not enough closet space or drawers in my dresser to put them in. So there's always a couple piles somewhere. Enjoy your day shopping. I wish I was shopping. I would totally shop rather than this. Okay. So what I want to do. Oh, thank you, Erin Eberhard. Thank you for just being you. You're welcome. You guys, you're the second person that said that. I'm glad that I make a difference in your world. That makes me feel good. And it fills my heart up a little bit. 28 months. Holy shit. I appreciate that. All of you guys who are members. Today is my son's 10th birthday, says Brittany. I'm taking him to GameStop, LOL, so wish my wallet good luck. Brittany J, listen. I remember when my son stopped going to GameStop and he started buying those Steam cards, and it made my life so much easier. And I think they have like better deals on Steam. I don't know anything about it. All I know is I haven't been to GameStop since, geez, I don't know. He must have been little, probably 12 or 13 or something. Now he's in college. So imagine that. You definitely are my little sis. I got busted biscuit dresser. I have two dressers, and well, I call them bureau or whatever, but everyone has a different name for them. Happy birthday, Brittany, to your son. 10th birthday. It goes by so fast. Enjoy every second. It's over before you know it. And then they're like, oh, mom, I won't be home till 8. And then they're like home at 10. And you're like, okay, where you been? He's obsessed with Roblox, so I will buy Roblox too. Well, happy birthday to him. I hope you guys have a great day together. And eat lots of cake. I've always been I make all the cakes for everybody. I'm always the cake baker. Everyone's always asking me to bake the cakes. I've had some flops, but I've had some really beautiful cakes made too. So I do pride myself with my baking, although it's been a while. All right. So what I want to do is first, I want to say thank you to everyone who showed up last night and took part in the conversation, because I feel like it went pretty well, considering, because I didn't know how really people would take it. Today might be a little bit more offensive to people, which is totally understandable, but I personally don't care who's offended by what I have to say, because I feel that there are things that have been overlooked that really do need to be discussed, because no one is really talking about it. So most people are only focusing on Katie and Chris. I, however, while I have paid attention to them, and I do not agree with everything I have heard or seen from them, I absolutely feel in my heart that I have far more problems with Seth. My biggest gripe with Katie and Chris is the belt. Okay. I'm going to say that. I do not agree with hitting. I never was a spanker. I never was a hitter. I think I spanked my son twice, ever. Okay. And it wasn't even like a real spank. I think it hurt me more than I still remember till this very day. We were just talking about this in my mod chat. Any kind of object, whether, I don't care if it's a notebook, I don't care if it's a kitchen towel, I don't care if it's a spoon, whatever, wooden spoon, whatever. A lot of people who grew up like in Italian households got the wooden spoon. I don't think I ever did. Maybe once in my life. I don't remember, but I don't agree with using any kind of object. That's my personal opinion. I also do not trust that it only happened once with Sebastian. Other than that, there's little like picayune things, right, that bother me, but nothing to the extent that the belt really bothered me. What I thought to be interesting and bothersome was that it was so easy to admit, like as if it was a normal thing. And maybe it is normal for that family, but it's not normal in mine. And I was just saying earlier to someone, I don't even know anybody who's ever even admitted to me that they hit their child with a belt. So If they do, they've never told me. And it would change the way I looked at somebody. If they told me that they hit their kid with a belt, I would actually feel a very specific way about that. So I want to be fair and say, like, this is not just, one-sided or whatever. I have opinions, I have lots of them. But I feel like so many people are already discussing Katie and Chris. We're just going to focus on Seth because there's a lot of really shady behavior, so much so that I won't even be able to cover it all. And that's from my perspective. Now, I want to say too, before I get started, that anyone can have any opinion in here. You don't have to be for what I'm saying or against or whatever. Feel free to have whatever opinion you want to. I'm not going to block anybody. My mods are not going to block you for coming in and disagreeing. Everyone can have their own opinion. I'm not big on censoring people in my chat. My mods are not big on blocking unless you're a complete asshole. So that's the way we run things over here. We try to get along and just have a conversation like normies, So Janessa says, I feel like your kids have been young for a while now, Brittany. I guess it flies for me because I only have my one. I only have one too. And I always wanted 5, but I never wanted a minivan. I always said I would never drive a minivan, and I never did. And I'm so proud of that accomplishment. And even if I had 5 kids, I still wouldn't have bought a minivan because I never wanted to be a minivan mom. No offense to people who have minivans. I just didn't want to drive one. Nana says I spanked and they laughed. Oh my God. I didn't spank enough to ever get a laugh, but I bet you, Nana, I would have gotten a laugh at some point too, had I been a spanker. I'm pretty sure that I laughed and then I got spanked harder, just saying. So if only these kids knew, right? Not to laugh at your mom when she spanks you. So it's so cringe. Yes, it was so cringe. I don't know why anybody feels the need to use any kind of object to spank their child or hit their child. Why is like a backhand or an open hand not enough? I don't understand that. There has to be, and I don't think I've ever really thought about this before because the subject has never really come up, but it's got to be a power thing. I feel that if someone's going to whip a belt out, it's instilling fear, right? Like wanting to make your child fearful. I can't get down with that. Sure, you want to put the fear of God in your kid so they know that you're the boss and it's your house and your rules and they have to respect and abide by your rules. But there is absolutely no reason to take it that far. That's my opinion. I stand by that. I make no apologies for it. I thought it was extremely bizarre that Chris had no problem admitting he did it. I know some people may not have the same feelings as I do. That's okay too. It's just my own personal feeling. And it bothers me, right? It gets under my skin. Let's see. You're not blocked, May, or we wouldn't see your comments. You haven't accidentally blocked TM, or you wouldn't see the pinned post. I think Tiffany just has a lot to read and deal with. Yeah, I haven't even looked at my chat the whole time I was talking. So did I miss something? Let me see. I don't want to miss anything important. But I want to focus on Seth and several of his interviews. Also, I can't find anywhere, and I'm not sure why. Maybe I'll come across it while I'm doing what I'm doing today, where it was said that Sebastian had it was said a water pocket on his brain. I'm looking for that, any mention of that. I feel it's very important. So if anyone knows where that is, please send it my way. Any mention by Katie, Chris, or Seth when it comes to Sebastian possibly having hydrocephalus, please send it to me. I looked for it all night. Can't find it. Now, is it out there? Possibly. I just don't know where. So, and other people were helping to look as well, have not been able to find it. So I'm waiting for anyone to point me in the right direction. So please let me know if anyone comes across it. I really am looking for that. I spent a lot of time looking for it actually, and to no avail. So, belt whippings were so common for everyone I knew when I was growing up. A pop on the butt for most. I just don't think Chris saw it as abnormal. Day tripper, that may absolutely be true. Possibly, right? Everyone's family is different. People were brought up different. However, now I know that Sebastian was recently diagnosed with autism. Whether that's a true diagnosis or not is not up to me to say. I do feel that if he does have hydrocephalus, it could very easily be misdiagnosed. And neurological disorders can represent themselves as things other than what is really going on. When you're dealing with the brain, that's your central processing center for everything. Everything you do, from your blinking to your pupils dilating, breathing, everything is processed through your brain stem, and to the rest of your body, and vice versa, right back to the brain. So emotions can also be affected when hydrocephalus is present. This is why I'm focused on this aspect of things also, because I feel that if Sebastian does have hydrocephalus, that needs to be widely known. And then being told that it was said it was a water pocket on his brain, I am also worried that education of the hydrocephalus itself was lacking. Now, in a parent's search for answers as to what's going on with their child, and I'm not saying he does not have autism. What I'm saying is many times children or adults diagnosed with disorders of the brain or brain diseases, depending which is which, it can be completely misdiagnosed. And I thought it was interesting. See, I didn't know that Sebastian was just recently diagnosed with autism. I think having the diagnosis is very important. And listen, I don't know his medical record, of course. I can't even find where Katie said that he had a pocket of water on his brain. So it's really neither here nor there until I have her saying that, or somebody saying that, one of his parents saying that. But in trying to advocate for your children when something is going on medically, you'll do anything, right, to find out what's wrong. So getting the diagnosis of autism, let's say, would be so very important, especially where it concerns IEPs at school and things like that, extra supports and such. But with hydrocephalus present, I have seen it over and over and over again, kids being misdiagnosed with autism because they have a neurological disorder. And their brain is so complex. And I really am very hung up on this one aspect. So please don't mind me when it comes to that. I'm really looking for the proof that that was said. Not that I doubt it was said. I believe it was. I just can't find where it was. Also, if there's anybody who has contact with Sebastian's mom, or whoever, right? Please ask if you can. That would be greatly appreciated also. Is that a diagnosis of Sebastian? If so, it's so important. That should actually be attached to his profile. If this child has hydrocephalus, everyone should know that. It's not a little thing. It's a huge deal, and it shouldn't be ignored, and it should not be swept under the rug. If autism is important, hydrocephalus certainly is important. There's no cure for either of those things. They're both very serious diagnoses to have. So I'm looking for that. I'll say it again. If anyone knows where to find it, please let me know. And let me go through my chat really quick, and I'm going to pull up what I have here. Let me come down through my chat because I don't want to. Yeah, of course, Duchess can stop through. Sure, anybody is welcome. Anyone can stop by. Of course. Seth stated it, I believe, on Pascal. Roxy, I went through literally every single interview. Now, I did fall asleep several times while I was listening, so I could have totally missed it. But it could be when I had fallen asleep, the 4 times that I fell asleep, that I totally missed it. You can give one a pass and justify the other. Oh, you can't give one a pass and justify the other. Right. So like I could find probably all the things that bother me. But like I said, since there's so many people attacking Katie and Chris, and I want to say this, I've seen more emotion from Katie than I've seen from anyone. You know what else I see and what I pay attention to is we see a lot of people that'll fake their emotions. You can't fake that redness that flies through your face and your eyes well up, right, with tears, right around people's noses. It gets super full of redness. Their nose starts getting stuffy. We can always tell someone who's pretending opposed to someone who's faking. I don't believe Katie is faking her emotions. I've watched her every single time she's gotten emotional. I believe that's pure emotion. So that being said, I may not have a popular opinion, but I usually don't. So I hope everyone's cool with my unpopular opinion. I don't like Seth. And I'm going to show you a couple pieces of paperwork that may have you feeling the same way. I have not seen the other side, nor is it my business, but I have seen these. So that's what I'm going to pull up first because I think it's really, really important. Will you drop panel link for Dutch? Yep, absolutely. Let me drop the link. Sorry, I know I'm behind, so I wasn't ignoring. Here, I'm going to drop the link. So here's the link in the chat. Okay. He was, in fact, born with the water in his brain. Okay. So it would be CSF fluid, right? It's cerebral spinal fluid. Our bodies produce 500 milliliters a day. When that's trapped, it can cause major pressure, and it can also compress your whole brain stem, which in turn will stop signals from getting to where they need to go. Now, I know about all this because of my own condition. So I have a lot of friends that have hydrocephalus as well. So I've lost friends to hydrocephalus after having shunts placed and having complications with surgery. It's extremely serious, and it can affect a lot of the things so it made a lot of sense to me when I heard that Sebastian allegedly had been born with the water, or his mom called it pocket of water on his brain. The behavioral issues that they have discussed and that we've seen written and such, it makes perfect sense. Please research it. If you don't know about it, it's like not anything you could probably really learn and absorb and remember word for word, but there's so much information out there. And I think to inform yourselves about what that can do to someone, their daily functioning, their daily living, is so important to understanding why even some of the fits that Sebastian is said to have had, or, and I don't like discussing this, and I wasn't going to until the hydrocephalus was brought up, accidents. Okay, that's all. I don't want to elaborate on that. Accidents can be caused by hydrocephalus. It was also told to me that Seth had made comments about how big boys don't wet their pants or have accidents. Shame on him. That is not something anyone with a neurological condition can control. Okay. And when that happens and you lose control of your bladder, it's actually a huge red flag, and the doctor needs to be called. Anyone who loses control of their faculties in that way needs medical attention. So Seth making a comment like that is disgusting. That is a neurological condition, and that boy cannot help it. So I hope that he doesn't see that as a sign of weakness or, his son not growing or having some kind of delay. That's not a delay. Okay. Everything's connected. Your brain, your spinal cord, all of it is connected. When a child has an accident, right? Let's say you have like a 5-year-old who just was potty trained 2 years ago and they had an accident or wet the bed, and it was just like a one-time thing. Some people will freak out, right? No, that's a sign that something could be wrong. How anyone could ever shame their child and tell them they're not a big boy because they had an accident and this child was born possibly, right? I don't want to say absolutely was. I know some have said it's a fact. I just need like confirmation of that. For anybody to say that he would have control over that is disgusting. It's miseducation, undereducation, and ignorance at its finest. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. I'll never change my mind. It really stresses me out. So, Day Tripper says his mom said he's very high functioning. I believe that. Did you get the link? I did drop it. Save that, Cotton Candy Boobs. I don't see anyone in the backstage. You're welcome to come up. Lippy's welcome to come up. I don't see Duchess in my chat, but just diagnosed in November. So with autism, right? So that's interesting as well, because I see a lot of, and this is not me judging, I see, so if Sebastian was born, if he was born with hydrocephalus, Why not say this child has hydrocephalus? He was just diagnosed in November, and they heavily lean on the autism part, but no mention of hydrocephalus. Now, if it was mentioned, it wasn't labeled as hydrocephalus, which I don't fault anybody for. That would be the doctor's fault, in my opinion. If a parent doesn't know or understand what hydrocephalus is, and I'm not saying they don't, but it seems like more weight was put on the autism part. And I find that to be interesting because it was a new diagnosis. So I don't know. I know no one's talked about this, but why? Why is no one talking about the fact that this child has a neurological condition? It's not just autism. Okay. So, hey, Scout, how are ya? Seth spoke about it on Pascal. Do you know which one it was? Do you know which live stream it was, The Real Brenda, by chance? I may have it literally pulled up. Hey, Doxy, good to see you. Any managing mods that can change the sub times so Dutch can talk. Oh shit. Hold on. Is she okay? Hold on. Let me change it. I only have one managing mod. Give me just a sec. I will take that off. I'm so sorry. I'm just seeing that. Here, let me change it to 1 minute. That way we can fix that. Should be good now. I changed it. No worries. No worries. My apologies. All right. Okay. Yes, I'm behind. I'm always behind because I start talking and then I start reading the chat, and I do try to really pay attention to the comments. Let me get through here. Katie shows real emotions. I agree. Can you drop the panel? Let me drop it one more time, just in case. Here you go. I dropped the StreamYard link. Keep reading the chat. I'm here. 33 minutes. Yeah, 33 minutes. Did I put it? I fluctuate between 33 and 11, but that's because they're angel numbers. I watched the first interview again last night, says Casey. She honestly seems genuine. I think so too. You know, our friend Lippy has a lot of empathy and compassion for Sebastian's mom. Just climbed in my car, took a rest of the day off. Nice. I hope you have a great day off. That really broke me with the diapers. Cotton candy boobs, it should. Yeah, it's not okay. No child or adult deserves that. Gigi says they can have meltdowns or shut down, stop eating and sleeping, lots of things. Yes, Gigi. Literally can affect everything. Your emotions processing center is right above your brainstem. So imagine having a pool of water, right? Of water on your brain. It's going to compress your brain. It's going to push it down further. That compresses the brainstem. That's where all the signals go through. So imagine how fucked up your emotions can become when that's compressed. Some people will laugh when they're not supposed to laugh, right? It's just the signals are going a little bit wonky and it takes them a little bit longer to straighten out. He wasn't shaming him. Sicilian Queen, I disagree. So let's just take, for instance, a child who had a bedwetting incident, or not even in bed, any incident where they had an accident. If a parent was to say, big boys or big girls don't have accidents and they have a neurological disorder or condition that causes that, which actually can be a sign of very, very serious complications. You don't think that's shaming? Because if you're not in control of your bladder or your bowels and it has nothing to do with you, wouldn't it be shameful if someone told you that, you know, Sicilian queen, let's say this, okay? And I'm gonna make an example out of you for just a moment, and not to be rude, but only to explain, because I want you to put yourself in the shoes of someone who, like anybody, and I don't want to pinpoint Sebastian in particular because I don't want to do that to him. Sicilian queen, let's say you have a neurological disorder, you don't even know about it. You lose control of your bladder, and your husband looks at you and says, Sicilian queen, other people's wives don't have accidents. And then you find out you have a neurological condition that causes your accidents, and there's nothing you can do about it, but your husband's looking at you telling you that their friends' wives don't have accidents. Wouldn't you feel shame? So it's shaming someone isn't always about if they're shaming you. It's about what you feel when they do it. So if someone says something to you, how do you know Sebastian didn't feel ashamed? So that's what I'm trying to say. I hope that makes sense. So for you to say, now, can I ask, do you know Seth personally? Were you there when he said this to Sebastian? You know, I heard him a while back reacting to a tug of war video, and he said something, and I even felt he was shaming him in saying this, that I don't know the exact wording, but it was something like he was, shit, give me just a sec. He said he was basically tossed around like a rag doll or something like that. It's almost like you can actually hear Seth is ashamed, okay? Because men and their sons, you don't want your son as a man to be wetting themselves or to be thrown around or tossed around like a rag doll in tug of war, because if you're standing on the sidelines as a dad, then you're going to be like, well, shit, my kid's not, all big and bad and tough. And you ever seen dads on the football field screaming at their kid while they're on the ground, can't even breathe because they got the wind knocked out of them and they're screaming at them? It's kind of the same thing. Maybe not the same thing, but it's the same effect. That's just my opinion of it, right? And I have to say it's my opinion because I know not everyone will agree with that. But when I heard Seth say that he got tossed around like a rag doll, it told me, and this is just my perception, maybe I'm wrong, but it's how it made me feel listening to him, that he was disappointed. That he was disappointed in Sebastian for not being able to stand on his own 2 feet while that tug of war game was going on. All right. This is a child with hydrocephalus. Seth, you should only be so lucky that your son is able to play tug of war or interact with other kids, because there are children with hydrocephalus that can't even feed themselves. Okay? They're in diapers 24/7 in adulthood. So that I stand on. I will die on that hill because I'll never feel any different way. And I think that's why it's important that this is discussed, because I feel like people are missing a part. Okay, if people aren't talking about a severe neurological condition that this child has, then how do you understand the victim? And I call Sebastian a victim because he's missing. Wherever he is, He didn't go there on his own. Okay, I don't believe that. I do not believe that Sebastian left on his own accord and just took off and never came home. I don't. So that's that. And sorry, I haven't looked at my chat again. Oh, here's Cotton Candy. Let me grab her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I've been talking to Duchess, and I know you've been wanting to talk to her. But Duchess knows a lot, Katie's side.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And she hasn't exploited Katie and Chris, nothing. Yeah. And like Duchess is always up, and Katie is always up. Like when we're doing something like this, we'll ask Dutch a question, and on live she'll ask Katie a question. Like, hey, and but she is on a phone call with Katie right now at the moment. Sure. She says when she's done that she will be up here.
Yeah, no.
I just want to let you know what's going on, but yes, she will be here.
Yeah, I didn't even know that Dutch was going to even talk about it. No rush at all, because honestly,
she's the first one that done the interview, I think.
Yeah, did she have the first interview with Katie? I think I've been hearing that.
I think. Well, I don't know if it was like the very first. I think it was the first, like in our kind of media world,
Okay. Yeah,
And
here you mean
and
on
Tip,
YouTube.
Smiley dragged her over that because Smiley wanted the first interview.
Well, I don't give her.
Called her ugly and everything, and I don't care how anybody would feel about Duchess. She's gorgeous.
Duchess is beautiful. Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got. So I don't ever talk about Smiley over here because.
But I just want to. I just had to say that though. That's how these people think though. Yeah.
It's all.
Oh, I didn't get the first interview. You did, blah, blah, but it's not about who can do what first. It's about Sebastian.
If Smiley really cares, then she will accept, okay, whoever they're comfortable with talking to should be no problem. It should be no problem.
Right. Bingo.
Looking for. I thought Smiley cared about Summer.
Oh, she don't forgot about Summer, honey.
Yeah, right.
She's using Sebastian for her cash cow now, and Seth.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I will say this. I'm sorry for.
That's gross as hell, and it pisses me off. I get so mad.
Smiley's even covering him. I don't feel that woman should be covering children.
She's not in it for the right reasons.
No, and she's a lunatic.
She had the hots for Doug Hutton, for fuck's sake, No, sorry for cussing. No. Sorry for cussing.
Do you know where
but you are? But this is a lot.
Oh, good. I want to say something really quick, because Snow wrote, Katie put him in diapers, not Seth. I never said who put him in diapers. And honestly,
Katie's his mother, and she done the right thing.
That's what
with the condition he has. What the fuck?
If your child was wetting themselves, and if they didn't have control of their bladder, you would want to make sure that they had, protective underwears on, right, Snow? I don't know if that. Maybe she was talking to someone in the chat. I don't want to go too crazy.
I heard so many rumors of what things Seth would say to Sebastian over the diapers, and I'm not even going to put it on here.
I think that it's a blow.
Because I don't know if it's true, but it's really horrible shit. Worse than what you know about being a real man and stuff. It's worse than that.
I really think that it should be made known now. That's not up to me.
It breaks my fucking heart, Tip.
We do. I feel we need to peel back the layers on Seth. I think he is God.
Everyone that is truly, truly in this for Sebastian. Look, I didn't like Tiff. She knew it, but it's not. I didn't like you. You never done that to me.
And I didn't get along. We never.
And no. And I was like, please, Tiff, do this. Because you know how to talk. You know how to put things into perspective. And like me, I'm not good. I have a short fuse, and I'm going to cuss them out, and that don't get the point across.
This whole. It took a whole different shape last night. When you wrote in my chat, the Sebastian had a, air quotes, water pocket.
See, I thought you knew that because you said you'd been listening here and there. He was born with it.
No, he was born with it. No idea. I had never heard that. And now my mind is in a completely different
and a poor baby
place. Sunshine Girl said bedwetting is also a symptom of abuse. Yes, it is. Yeah. I'm sure someone has already said that. I was mopping my floors. I'm not sure if they did, but yes, and it could be a sign of many different things, right? I can't say what it's from or what it's not. But the fact of the matter is, Sebastian's father, who claims to be this wonderful, doting, loving dad who took him every other weekend, right? Every other weekend. But he's going to shame this child for having an accident when he's got a severe neurological disorder and autism. Okay. And I
And
don't know.
leave him home alone all night while he works 12-hour shifts.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, he works at the jail. He works 12-hour night shifts, and he'd leave Sebastian at home
And
alone.
Sebastian was left all alone the whole time.
And Seth even admitted that Sebastian would play games online with Seth's adult friends. One of them's name was Taco.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that would explain.
He says that on videos. He said
I would explain why
Sebastian loved his video games.
Yeah, they took all the devices, right? They took the PlayStation, they took all of those things. So Seth was letting Sebastian play with his adult friends online. So it's interesting also because Seth says Sebastian didn't have access to the internet. So is that a lie? Is he lying to people?
Chris and Katie did say on an interview that they were very strict with Sebastian's internet access, and I don't blame them.
I believe that. But was Seth?
I don't blame them. Seth wasn't strict. No. No.
I think he wants to.
Imagine what he done while he was at work, Tiff.
God only knows.
And I keep asking, did Seth have cameras inside of his house to watch his son while he worked? Because everybody wants to be on Katie and Chris about not having cameras outside. Get what I'm saying? Because I would have had cameras on my kid if I had to leave him home alone to work. I get it, single parents, but he wasn't a single parent, or he is, but you know, that rubbed me the wrong way, leaving him home alone. And that's when I found that out. That's what really got me thinking if someone lured him out or an abduction. You don't know,
right? Or if he was hanging out with adults online playing these games, who knows who he may have connected with. You just don't know.
Right.
There's a lot of evil that lurks out there. And Snow. Okay, so again, here we have Snow. Would you like to have a conversation?
Who's she telling relax?
I don't know. She's very bothered because see, we're talking about the things.
We're not giving the narrative she wants.
That's right. So not all autistic and neurological disorders cause bedwetting. I could tell you hydrocephalus absolutely does. So there are many other reasons such as abuse and fear. Sure. I think we just covered that. I might be behind on the chat. But Snow, are you like just wanting to say that this is something else or what? Maybe just to like explain to me how you feel so that we could figure it out. Because I don't want to go back and forth about why this child may have had an accident. Because I didn't even want to talk about the accidents, but finding out.
Tiff even questioned me, is this true? Is this true? And you know, you're just wanting the truth because you're new to it and you don't want all this bullshit and you want proof, and they can't knock you for that.
I don't want to misspeak and I don't want to put any information that's not correct.
Like for some of us, this is our chance to do better and show that we can do better. And you know what I mean? And
Snow, you know what I see with Seth? And while all of those things may be true, right? Seth is not working. Yes, luckily Seth is able to not work because he's got a GoFundMe with thousands of dollars pouring in, right?
Katie ain't working either. And what about Katie? She had to quit her job too and leave town. She was getting death threats and CJ sitting in his driveway.
What is he paying the PI for? Is it so that the PI can communicate with law enforcement?
Something's off with that PI.
I agree.
I've never seen a PI publicly speak.
I've not
either. The PI posted that Chris's alibi checked out. Did Chris hire? Is that why Seth can't say nothing? Because I don't blame them if they hired a PI that shut him up or gag order. What if he got a gag order? That's why he can't talk.
And you know what? I don't want to be like a total bitch up here. I will say I'm sensitive to the fact that Sebastian, from what we're hearing, has hydrocephalus. I can't get over that. I can't get over the fact that
Uh-huh.
it's not been brought up. I can't get over the fact that there's all of these things that have been brought to the forefront, and it's such a it's it's like, oh my God, it all makes sense to me, right? So I'm,
Hmm.
oh my gosh, this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. And while
And from what I see, Katie has done a great job with him.
do you know how hard it is to care for anybody with a neurological condition, no matter what it is?
I couldn't imagine, Tiff.
I,
This case has broke my heart. It's not even my son, and I've never felt the way I felt. Now I thought Harmony just got me, and this one here has got me even worse. And a lot of people close to me know how I feel about Harmony, and
oh my God, Harmony is like
wasn't it
literally
horrible?
got my heart. I do
Her little
plan
eyes.
to, what Crystal, sorry, Harmony's mom, is planning to organize searches this spring. I go back to work in a couple weeks, but I am going to try my damnedest to get out there whenever
Poor
she does
Crystal.
organize those searches because it's so close to me. I'm
I follow her
literally,
on TikTok. She breaks my heart.
you know, she's getting a lot of shit for wanting Harmony declared deceased. People need to understand there's a
That'll give her a little bit of closure too, Tiff.
yeah, closure, but there's
She's got to.
also the fact too is she's trying to get things done legally. There is a process and steps that have to take place. Her mom knows what she's doing. And, not for nothing, she may have had a drug issue. But let me say this, I guarantee you, I would bet every dollar I have if Harmony was left with Crystal, she'd be alive today. Okay?
Me too. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
She didn't stand a chance with Adam and Kayla. And I can't believe Kayla got off so easy. That made me mad.
It's because
I don't care. But she is the reason we got the justice we did, but still.
I agree with you, but you know what? I think the street is going to take care of her. Listen, she's not
Oh,
in a
yeah.
good
That
area for the
because
crime.
they lock her up, she's going to be protected. Because everybody wants to say prison justice these days. That don't
She's going to
happen no
get
more.
street justice,
They're
in my
protected.
opinion. She won't make it longer than a week. I really don't see it happening. I
Good
don't.
point. Good point. So,
I
yes,
think
go,
that
Kayla. Walk them streets, baby.
those hard ass streets out there are going to take care of Kayla. Just saying.
Good point. I didn't even think of that.
Yep.
That's true. I'd rather street justice get her than prison, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. I'm saying that, but
Well,
anybody,
you know what? It's
Harmony
not,
got me.
because don't forget, she wheeled her around in a baby stroller, okay, in that bag,
In a
deceased.
duffel bag with lime, put lime in it, and in the bathtub, and
She was in the bathroom. She deserves to be hung in the town square by her freaking ankles, and that's the way I feel. And I don't feel bad to say that. So,
Tiff, I used to have nightmares about Harmony. It was crazy, man.
really,
That poor baby. Something about her got my heart big time, and I stopped following kid cases until Sebastian and
I
Madeline
can't
Soto.
really pull away from the cases. Although
I've tried, and I always come back to the kids. And
I know.
this time I'm not going to leave. I keep saying I am because Sebastian has crushed my heart. And if there's some reason we keep getting pulled back, and
Can somebody drop Cotton Candy's channel link for me? Because she's up here. I
well,
want to
thank
make sure
you.
people know where to find her. Yeah, of course. Snow says, now she's going back. So Snow, we're going to get to know each other really well here. Casey K, actually, he has search dogs as we speak, going to the Proudfoots in the next few days. So, so the Proudfoots.
The Proudfoots done that on day one.
They're allowing Seth to, that's really nice of them. Is that true? They're letting Seth
I don't know about that.
search dogs over.
But I know there were search dogs out there day one. EquuSearch done like 40 searches, and There's all kinds of stuff people don't know
But
because
think
Katie
about
and
that
Chris
for
are
a
not on here
second.
running their mouth.
If that's true, think about the statement you just wrote, Snow. So that would mean that Katie and Chris are absolutely okay with search dogs being put on by Seth going out there to their house and searching, right? So what is that? Does that say anything to you at all? Do you
They've
even know?
cooperated 100% from what I've seen.
It's interesting. Day Tripper says, sorry, it was disgusting. I don't know what it was. Sorry, and I know I'm way behind. Snow says, Casey, where do you suggest he search that hasn't been searched? Probably lots of places. I mean, I can't speak for anybody in the chat, but let's see, Eden.
Duchess just says she's almost done. Should be right here.
Tell her no rush at all. I'm going to be here for a while.
That's why I told her. I said no worries. Yeah, look at us last night, Tiff.
You know, I appreciate even that she's willing, if she's able to get the information. I literally just want to know this one thing, you know.
Tiff, there's so many of us that letting our egos and shit go, even with people we don't care about, for Sebastian right now.
It's the way it should be.
This is,
yeah.
And I get coach chills. So I feel it's a movement in a better direction. I swear I do. Because too many people are just, look at me and you. We've never even had a conversation.
I've never talked to you in my life now.
No. Oh. And I hated you.
I know.
I didn't hate you. I don't like I told you, I don't even know why I didn't like you.
It's fine. A lot of people don't know why. I ask them and they're like, I don't know. I don't even have a reason.
You know, and like, we ain't gotta be buddy best friends and talking all the time, but I like being civil with people.
I'd rather be civil than argue with people. I do get turned off by people really easily, though. They rub me wrong, and it's
I do too.
Insane.
Especially if they ask kiss too much.
Do you know who this person is, Con Candy? Sebastian did not pee himself at Seth's house. Snow, who are you?
I think she's from like a long community, if I remember.
Was this person there? Like, I'm wondering how they can.
She mods for Brooks.
For Brooks. Oh, okay.
Crime Lines and Lies. I like Brooks, but I'm very disappointed in this. Why? I'm disappointed in so many people. Well, she's doing worse than some of these other ones in this case, and I'm very disappointed in her.
You know,
because I've known Brooks for years, and
sometimes reaching out to people in an email or whatever. I had to reach out to Brooks about several weeks ago. I cash apped her really quick, and I asked her. Actually, it was on Easter. I don't want to say what it was about, but I had cash apped her, and I had asked her really quick, you know, to handle something that was very important, and she immediately did, and I respected that a lot and appreciated that a lot, and all of our friends over here did. I don't think she meant any harm in what
Brooks
happened.
is a really good person and a good heart and means well. She really does.
Yeah.
She just got wrapped up in.
YouTube is a little crazy, you know, it can bring out, and it has in me too. It can make us all a little wonky at times, you know, but the thing is, everyone's going to have different opinions on these cases. And like,
that's okay, but don't slander the parents. And
is that what's
it's the hate mob, you know? And
see, I haven't watched what she's done.
It's bad, Tiff. All of them are.
Yeah.
And they go live every single day.
That's kind of why.
And I'm not necessarily directing this toward Brooks at all, because she's like the leaser of them, you know? Uh-huh. If that makes sense. She's like the leaser of the evils over there. Mm-hmm. There's some, man.
Look at these people saying, okay, so because he didn't have accidents as Seth.
He was probably terrified.
Though. He was only with Seth every other weekend. So let's be fair, okay?
And by himself, why Seth worked.
Agree that Seth did not have physical placement of Sebastian. And if Sebastian didn't have any accidents as Seth, that's wonderful. But it doesn't mean it's a reflection on Katie and Chris.
He was probably terrified to have an accident, Tiff.
Jesus. Well, I don't know what went on.
And that's why I believe those documents, that
Yes.
I'm just still trying. That's why I believe they're true.
So
And
let's
it's
talk
weird
about
because they
that
were all
because
over the place, and now I can barely find them. That's weird
I
as hell.
actually want to talk about that because those you had sent to me last night, and I had asked, "Do you have the source?" And you were like, "I don't remember where they came from. I remember it was way back
Because,
at the
in the
beginning."
beginning, and now look what's happened, I can't remember shit now.
No, that's okay. Does anyone know where?
Dutch, Dutch, hurry the fuck up. No.
It's okay. When she gets, maybe she'll know. Um,
She knows a lot more than people think she does.
well,
Or she'll ask Katie for us. And if Katie can answer, she does.
that would be helpful too, because you know what? Then let me actually write it down so I don't forget.
Yeah, let's wait for Dutch to get here. She's coming.
The only
She's
question
game.
I truly had was about the hydrocephalus because I want to make sure that I don't misspeak on it. But that
I had never heard of that until you said that.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment you said that, Tiff,
Mm-hmm.
I could feel your heart and everything just sink.
It broke my heart.
And
I shocked and floored because I never
and
heard.
I was getting ready to get off and go to bed, and I'm like, I can't leave her like this. And it sucks being an empath sometimes, but
it was like really gutting.
And whenever I could feel you, and I was like, man, this is wild,
Like I said,
And in your group, we can reach wide and far. We all probably are in a different group that could do something. And
KCK says when he brought up about him being naked instead of cleaning his room was alarming. Yeah, I will agree. Casey, Seth has said some very, very outright alarming statements. Okay. He has made some really bizarre statements, and he doesn't seem to protect the privacy of Sebastian at all. I have a major problem with that. And I also think it's astounding that these creators that he's talking to, they're not saying, well, Seth, I don't, here on my platform, we're not going to discuss that. And please, be careful with the way. No one's saying shit. Like, this child is not got the right to privacy with his own bathroom habits or
his own essay.
Beyond me. I really can't help but take the stance that I am taking.
You're for Sebastian.
He made it impossible for me. So Chris says, I believe he's not what he portrays. And I feel there's a very dark side to this man that we have not seen. And you know what? He sucks at acting. He definitely could never make it in Hollywood. Okay. This man,
in my opinion, I think he has some covert narcissism going on.
Absolutely. But you know what? He's not so covert because I see it. Malignant. I'm watching him. He goes from this upbeat, really positive, telling everyone to keep the faith. And then the next, he's on an hour later, he's on court TV acting like a victim. Which is it? Mm-hmm. Are you upbeat?
He plays the part of wherever he's at.
Very telling, and I can see it, and everybody should be able to see it.
Can we wait for Dutch to come up so we don't have too many on panel? Hold on, she just messaged me. See what she said.
Sure. Why is someone asking to come up?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. I didn't see you.
Do you know how when you get too many on panel, we're all emotional in this, and I'm going to step down when Dutch gets here. I want you to have that time with her, and
you can stay up here. You don't need to leave. It's totally fine. Can you come up? You have the restraining order. All right, hold on. Let me see here what you got. I just got your message. I apologize. I didn't see these messages you sent me this morning. Let me read these real quick. Con Candy, would you mind just looking at my chat for a moment while I read through this, what she just sent to me here?
Yes, I got you.
All right, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Let me see. Emma, do you see, my only problem with this here is that there's no header on it, There's no seal. There's no signature. It's just
Is that what I sent you?
4, 5, 6. No, it's 6 paragraphs. Um, if she said it's a restraining order, yeah, I'm not questioning you, Emma. What I'm saying is I could never post this up and say this was anything unless I, of course, the only way to really confirm this is like if Dutch was willing to ask Katie if this right. So I can't post this because it has no header on it. It's just
Yeah.
it could have been written by anyone. I'm not saying you did that. I'm saying this could have come from anywhere. We have to be really careful with this stuff we're putting out. I even feel like I can't put out these 5 screenshots that I have until I know for sure that these are even though I believe they're the documents, I don't have 100.
You know, it's weird, Tiff. I never put them out either. That's weird, ain't it?
Well, it's like I'm such a
I've talked
stickler
about
on
it, but
100 solid proof. Like I've got to have the source. I've got to have the,
absolutely.
because without it, there's another bit.
Because we're asking other people for proof and sources and
let me see. Yeah, I'm always asking for a source. I've been always that way. So let me see. And I appreciate you sending me this, Emma. I'm going to scroll through what you just sent me here and see what I can find. Do you have any kind of identifying? How did you obtain? See, I have these screenshots. So what you have here, these 5 pages, but I can't see on the first page. This is my biggest issue on the first page. And this isn't from what you just sent me, Emma. This is from even what Cotton Candy had sent me last night. I can't see the signature. I can't see the name. I can't see a state seal. I can't see anything. So all of that's really blurred out. And without that, I can't in good faith post it because I don't know if it's manufactured and I don't ever want to be responsible for putting out a document that's not factually, real and true. I have these, thank you. But like I said, I don't have a source, like a direct source. Do you know, Emma, where these came from? Maybe because if you could tell me where the source was that they came from. I'm getting these. Mm-hmm.
Just for you, 247, she does know about the 6q27 chromosomal deletion. Tiff knows about that.
I do, and I'm going to say, even still, I'm far more concerned about the hydrocephalus.
Just like I think the 6q chromosomal deletion overlooked if he really did have autism. You know what I'm saying? I think all this is mimic stuff and he's been misdiagnosed maybe his whole life.
The autism, like I said, I've never met Sebastian. I'm no doctor. I could never say, but I feel like autism, this diagnosis that he received in November, is the least of my worries compared to the hydro.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you guys plug it into Google and you look up hydrocephalus, you'll understand why.
Oh, I did, and it totally. And then if you look up the chromosome deletion that he has, they're kind of the same thing. They both can be terminal. They both have bladder issues.
I'm not even sure I want to know what this is about. Cotton Candy, do you know what this comment is about? Because I don't know.
Have you not heard the shaving that Chris and Katie has done? What shaving?
I have not heard this. And if it has to do with private stuff, please don't. Please don't. All right, because I don't want that.
Don't tell me people's getting this deep in these people's life, man. Please tell me they ain't doing that.
Listen.
They can't do nothing, Tiff. Could you imagine being a prisoner in your own, well, not even their own home? Because they have creepy CJ sitting in the driveways and stalking on me.
Sebastian's privacy to the fullest extent. And his dad may not have, but you know what? His mom and his stepdad did. So does that speak to anybody? Does that
Yep,
say?
they never said a word.
I never
Katie
heard.
did respond to it though, after Seth let it out.
Well, rightfully so. I'd have freaking come unglued.
Hold
Truly.
on, I got the screenshot of that. Let me see if I can find it.
Um,
And she's always been respectful and professional and no name calling, mudslinging, nothing.
Mama Jade, that's a perfect comment. She says, "Hey, y'all, not trying to be that person. No, no, no. I'm glad you are because you even set me straight a little bit because I'm
Always be that person.
beside myself about this. Really, it's a really upsetting. Yet from experience, I've learned that at Sebastian's age, it's better to refer to them as a tens or briefs, not a diaper. He's a teen, not a baby. Great coverage. Well, thank you. And yeah, why don't we fix our vocabulary here, everybody?
I heard
So
someone say pull ups is what they called them.
pull-ups, okay. We'll call them protective wear or whatever. Okay, let's not call them diapers out of respect for Sebastian, because I don't think that's fair. She's right. He is the teenager. Can you imagine? So frustrating. This is very upsetting, and no
See
one
what we've
has
been
stepped.
dealing with all these months? That's why we need your voice, Tiff. Like Lippy said, we need you.
You just made me sweat when you said that. I'm like, really not. I swear to God, I'm like, huh. I only have a couple weeks to do this, so I will try in a couple live streams to handle some things. Do not pull me into this where I'm coming home from work and sitting on lives and I'll literally fall apart. I can't handle another case. I will cry myself to sleep at night. Like my face is literally hot because I honestly I already feel it happening. I'm so upset.
I'm fixing to send you an email.
All right. Let me
Do
know
you want
when
me to
you.
remind you all night that I sent the email?
Yeah. Yes.
Remember
Because
last night? I was like, oh my God, did she even see me?
good to see you too, Emma. Good to see you. Luda writes, it's unforgivable that Seth shared online Sebastian's abuse story. One day, Sebastian can see and hear that. I just don't understand people. Neither do I, Luda. And I think it speaks volumes about him, about Seth. In particular, it's why he's on my thumbnail. We should put Seth up on the wall of shame. And that's what I plan to do here because he really has pissed me right the fuck off, quite frankly. It was only every other weekend. Relax. Katie was last seen with Sebastian. Snow, it doesn't matter. Do you think that? Okay, hold on a minute. Snow, are you new here? I want to know if have you ever watched even an episode of, let's say, 48 Hours or Dateline? Let's not even get into how serious, all right, it really gets. Let's just ask. Snow, have you ever seen one episode of Dateline even, where the husband was at work? Oh, so he definitely didn't kill his wife, right? He didn't hire anybody to kill her. He had nothing to do with it. Let's be real, okay? Like, you actually really are starting to irritate me to the point where I'm going to be rude to you because you're like constantly making.
You're just like me, Tiff. This is scary.
Oh my God. I'm like really fucking
Tiff,
getting
do
it.
you know the Cleo Smith case from Australia?
No, I don't. I've never heard of it.
You will whenever I tell you. Okay, it was a little girl. Her and her family were camping at a campground in a tent. And they woke up that morning and Cleo was gone. And the internet crucified her family, just like they're doing Chris and Katie. Done nailed them to the cross. Come to find out, a creeper that was obsessed with Bratz dolls kidnapped her out of the tent, right out from under her parents' nose,
Oh
from
my
a
God.
tent. So you can get kidnapped from a house.
Of course. Luda, get rid of her then, because I trust Luda with my life. There's a select few of people. Luda, you can handle that. I'm done with Snow. Goodbye, Snow. And if Luda is saying she doesn't understand why you're here because of how nasty you've been, then you really don't belong in my chat. And I know Luda wouldn't have said it if you weren't ultra nasty. So bye. Bye, Snow. You can go sit with all of the people who condone Seth telling all of these private things about his son, okay, to shame Sebastian's mother not caring at all, how it would affect Sebastian in any way. Because if he comes home safe, guess what? Now his private matters are strewn all across the internet, and the internet's forever. It's on court TV, it's on every network. So, go sit with them. That's not what we do over here. You got the wrong group. We over here don't do that. So be on your way, Snow. Your time is done. I've quite frankly had enough of you. Because all you're doing, you're not defending Sebastian at all. You actually don't seem to have the best interests of this child in the forefront anywhere. I don't see it anywhere, and not in a single comment of yours. It's all Seth, Seth, Seth. Well, why don't you go suck his dick then? Okay? I believe the PI is helping with Ellie. I don't think so. I think the PI is just getting messages. Okay. So I don't want to misconstrue that either. I don't believe the PI is working with law enforcement at all. She's sitting up there babying Seth because he doesn't feel comfortable talking to Ellie, or Ellie does not feel comfortable talking to him. And
Ellie ain't gonna tell him nothing.
There's a reason for that. Trust and believe.
Well, the first reason started is whenever he told in detail the Texas Roadhouse footage that they showed him in private, because Seth demanded proof of life, and they showed him the Texas Roadhouse video. Seth instantly came to YouTube and told all about said video.
Mm-hmm.
You blame him?
It seems like Seth is opening his mouth about anything you possibly can, like you said, to shame Katie. Now,
scorned ex-husband is what I get out of this.
Mrs. Fletcher had wrote something in my chat, and I wanted to read it, but I didn't. She said, and this is where I fall on the board, right? Now, I see the trend that's taking place, right? I've been watching. It's very one-sided. She said, I'm not defending either side, right? Parent-wise. She wants to wait and see what happens with Sebastian. That's how I've always been as well. I'm on no particular side. While I'm here, though, why don't we point out all the things no one's talking about? Seth is not getting any attention.
Since we're here for truth, right?
Yeah. Why can't we give him some attention?
So
he's asking for it. He's begging for attention. If you ask me, how many interviews has this man done?
I can't even count.
And he's not exactly, it's all pity me, and explaining all of these private details no one should know about his son.
In that day, he said, I know where Sebastian is, but I don't have the resources or the funds to go get him.
This man is saying that Sebastian's probably at a friend's house playing video games. That's so concerning.
Or at a homeless encampment. What about this homeless encampment, Seth?
Is so odd. Is she the Michelle that spoke to D? No, we're all mad here. That is a completely different person. I'm glad that you asked, because I just saw you ask before. Isn't that?
I gotta move a second. Be right back.
Okay. Isn't that the PI that the Wells worked with? No, it's a completely different PI. That was We Can Bring You Hope. And
remember David Cohen?
Yes, I remember that name, of course.
And that last name, that PI I love David, though. I don't even know who he was. And he would come in my chat. He'd say, okay, cotton candy boobs, you're good. Bye. I was like, what?
Huh. Wow, I'm real behind in my chat. I really apologize, you guys, but I do try to.
Duchess is in chat.
Okay. Does she have the link? Yes, of course you can come up. Let me
Yes, you can come up. Yes. Okay, I'm going to step down because I really love to hear Duchess
Okay.
talk, and I
Yeah,
want to hear you all talk. And up here, I'm all over the place. I'm a squirrel like you, and
sure, no problem.
I'll be lost.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you, Dutch, for coming. Yes, I love Jones in.
Oh, thank you so much for coming up, Cotton Candy. I hope that you have a great day.
You
And
too.
appreciate your help. Actually, if it weren't for, like I said, if it weren't for Cotton Candy's encouragement, and
It was
putting
wild. We was in the same place together, and
you
look what
wouldn't
it's
even be
done.
here right now.
We're
Yeah,
not. We're very rarely in the same chats.
I know. That's true. That's very true.
All right. Is she coming?
Yeah, she's gonna come. I just dropped her the link in there. Last I heard
Man,
her.
I love Duchess. I love her. She's great.
I have, from all I've seen, she's been really handling this with
She
care.
has integrity. She don't exploit anyone. She
That's all
protects
you could
them.
ask for, truly, because
Hmm.
a lot of people are vultures. I'd rather see people with some integrity and some dignity for these children handling them,
Right. That's what I said. We got to let our differences aside for Sebastian, because everyone has something good to offer.
Luna said Duchess's coverage of Sebastian's case is really good. I know there's a lot of people that feel that very same way. Jules B says, I see right through him as well. The
A
divorce.
lot of people did since day one, but they was afraid to say anything because of the mob against Katie. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
beautiful.
Hi, Dutch.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. How
Okay,
are
I'm gonna
you?
speak down.
Thanks
Love
for
you, Dutchie.
coming.
Love you too, Cotton. I thank you for allowing me to come up here.
Sure. Yeah, no
So
problem.
I was on the phone actually with Katie and Chris. They had
Yeah,
called
that's
me.
what Cotton Candy was just telling me. And I appreciate you taking the time. I don't want you to feel like you had to come over here or anything. We were talking about last night.
Mhm.
Cotton Candy had dropped something in my chat, and it was unbeknownst to me. It was said that Sebastian was born with, well, what it was said was a water pocket on his brain. And I said, does he have hydrocephalus? Do you know anything about that, Dutch?
Yes, Katie had told me that when Sebastian was born,
Mm-hmm.
um, after he was about a year old, he was diagnosed with the 6q27 chromosome deletion.
Yes.
And when he was 2, he was actually diagnosed with right lateral ventricle fluid on his brain.
Okay.
He never had to have a shunt
Okay.
because it was not causing any pressure at that time.
Okay.
So, what he does see, he goes to a developmental clinic, he sees a neurologist, he has a specialty pediatric physician. And so, what they have been doing is monitoring him via MRI every few years
Okay.
to kind of gauge, because the doctor did say that could change at any given
Yes.
time.
Mm-hmm.
And they did say they did not want him to engage in any activities like sports, where he may hit his head,
Right.
that they still need to be careful, because if he were to get a concussion, it could elevate that
Yeah.
situation to a
It
critical
could it could
situation.
change him forever.
Right. And so I know you understand
I do.
a lot about that.
Mhm.
And it's a serious situation. And that's why, and I don't know if you know this, but Katie actually had to make a post on Facebook. She was pretty upset because people were, coming for them. Um, and she doesn't post a lot, on her social media, but um, you know, a lot of people just don't know the history between her and Seth. They are divorced for a reason. And there were things that have happened in Sebastian's childhood, um, that Seth is involved in. I mean, she even got kicked out of military housing because Seth threatened an employee, and they got kicked out of military housing.
Oh my God. Okay, so he has a bit of a history, right?
Yeah, he also got, he apparently where Sebastian was getting treatment out there at the Naval Hospital in California, there was some issues that Seth had with people at the hospital there, and he got into um, arguing with the staff there, and he was removed from that hospital and not allowed to come back. He was banned.
Really?
That was what she told me, and there are that is documented.
Okay.
So she one of the posts that she made on Facebook, was about things that Seth had spoken about Sebastian online, which really made her very upset, because she did not feel like speaking about things that had happened to Sebastian
Sure. Of
was
course.
really going to help, because she said,
Yeah.
what is my son going to do when he comes home and finds out that his father's went and told thousands of people?
Of course. That stays forever.
And she cried so much to me. It broke my heart, because she said, how am I going to explain that to him?
No,
And
it's not. She didn't do it. And like I said earlier, I know a lot of people have their opinions. I have opinions, right? We all have them.
sure,
But they did not violate Sebastian's privacy, okay, and his dignity. And that to me says so much. And you have these people propping Seth up while he's divulging these details that are no, listen, as long as law enforcement knows, what's the problem? Why does all of the world, literally the world, okay, we have people from all over, why do they need to know? If law enforcement knows, and that gives them all of the victimology that they need, right? They have his whole profile. They know what's gone on. They're aware. Why would Seth need to do that? Why would he need to come here and embarrass his child who's missing? Okay, is it to spite his mom and the stepdad? I don't know what this man's ulterior motives are, but I promise you, I see them. It's very obvious in the way he carries himself. I
absolutely.
personally believe so, right?
I've just been getting a lot of red flags from that situation, but I just try to sit back and just
Mhm.
watch and not put my opinion out
Right.
there, because I want the focus to stay on finding Sebastian, and that's what
Well, that's why
Katie
I'm like,
went.
this is perfect for me to do because I'm not covering Sebastian's case, but I am
Right.
watching and I want to speak on this because, in times previous to this, there have been situations where you can make a difference by saying, okay, so everyone who's in here, all it takes is one person to turn things around. When you hear this man up on a panel somewhere discussing Sebastian's private matters, tag the creator and ask them, please don't allow this. Can you possibly ask Sebastian's dad not to talk about this because Sebastian does not have a say? Where is his voice in this? If he's the victim, why is someone else telling his story? The woman who gave birth to him didn't even do that.
Right.
So, why is Seth doing that? This is a man who, in all fairness, and I am going to say it, had Sebastian every other weekend. So that tells me Sebastian's physical placement was with his mother and with his stepdad, right? Is that what they call him, stepdad, Chris?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So, what necessary reason is there for this? I don't know what goes through that man's mind, but I know as an observer and a listener and a watcher, I'm not okay with it. It bothered me immediately. And I am really big on not telling other people's stories. A victim of any kind of abuse should be the only one speaking on what has happened to them if they so choose, which would mean that would be up to Sebastian when the day ever came, if it came, and he chose to, right? God willing, he's safe and will be returned safely. But in the event that he does not come home safe, God forbid, this is the way his father wants his memory to be. What, displayed out there so he could be re-victimized over and over and over again with people who don't know him in a chat discussing his private personal matters as a child being violated at any point and anyone, any point in their life. But he had no say. So Seth actually stole Sebastian's voice. That's my opinion. He had no right. No right. And I believe that the creators that allowed it to happen, shame on them for not taking the stream down immediately and saying, sorry, that crossed the line. I had to take the stream down. I did not want that going further. No, they want to cling to it, talk about it. I can't with that. I can't get down with that. I will not. And that's why I'm going to talk about Seth, a couple times, handle some things, because it needs to be said. No one's saying anything. No one's talking. And they're, like I said, putting him on a pedestal. And I'm really not sure why, because I don't see what these other people see. And Dutch, can I ask you? So I was sent several pages by Cotton Candy last night. There were 5 pages, I believe. And it was documents. It was Seth's, basically his argument. So it was 5 pages of
from the divorce.
Encounter. Are those true and factual? Do you know?
The papers that apparently somebody filled out a FOIA and got their divorce documents, and they didn't disclose all of them.
Yes, I noticed.
Yes. But
there's one missing. So like 11 through 19 are missing, or 15 through 19 are missing. So they're number 15 or 14 through 19. I can't remember. There's one missing, but I'm sure there's other pages missing as well. But I know I have 5 screenshots, but I did not want to present them at all. If I did not know the source, where they came from, whoever put them out did not give a cite a source, and I don't do that, so it's been bothering me.
Yeah, and that was I did ask Katie about it, and she said yes, I did see that someone FOIA'd our divorce. It did have a statement in there that Katie wrote herself and signed for the court, and of course Seth had his rebuttal, and it is true that CPS was also notified. This all was about the same time going through the divorce, because apparently when she was out of town, she was out on her ship overseas. She got a call that CPS had been notified by the Sebastian school, because Seth had to come there to the school. Because there were some behavior issues, and he apparently slapped Sebastian in the head in front of the principal and some other staff at the school, and
Hold on a minute.
They called CPS, not the mother. The mother did not report it because she was not there and she did not see it. Now, they did give a statement, and there was a restraining order for 2 weeks. And at that time in California, whoever makes these statements are required to come to the court to give a statement to the judge. And apparently, for whatever reason, they did not come to the court hearing. And so that was, that statement was they don't consider that, and that's why it was dropped. But Katie said that, I didn't witness that. I didn't even call them.
It
That was
happened in front of the
that was the
principal.
school, but there was other incidents that had happened, and she said, of course, that's why there were certain things that were included. Now, when they dropped this information in the Facebook group, they did not drop the entire packet of information. I didn't FOIA it, so I don't have that information.
Okay.
But I did verify that is she said that's the only way those people would have gotten those pieces is because it's part of that divorce filing. But
Okay.
they didn't share everything that was in there. I had
Good.
no idea about this until I had saw that
Mhm.
one of my moderators told me about the post, and of course I immediately notified Katie that it was over there. And that's when she had explained to me. But see, Katie never spoke about any of that because she said I could say lots of things, but
She
I'm not
didn't
going
even try to discredit him. Let me tell you
right.
something. If Sebastian had any kind of fluid surrounding any ventricle of his brain, okay? Do you know how serious an action like that could be? Never mind anybody with nothing wrong with their brain, okay? For anyone to slap a child in the head, listen, that needs to be known. These people who are allowing him a platform so he can sit and glorify himself as if he's father of the year, I, I can't and I will not. I'm going to ride his ass and I'm going to do it for a couple days, if not longer. And that's the way it's going to be. Let me seriously see one more person prop this guy up. He slapped Sebastian in the head in front of a principal, knowing like this even should matter, right? Knowing
It's just
that he
crazy to
has
me.
fluids surrounding his brain,
Right. And that was the part,
crushing his brain.
when he started talking about what happened to Sebastian, that's when she became really upset, because
Of
she was
course.
like, I can't believe that he's going to air her son's trauma. And she said, my son deserves better than that.
Of
And she said,
course.
and when we find him, and I believe in my heart we will, the truth will come out. And she said, he is doing his best to slander us as parents, but my son is loved and cared for and always will be. Public opinion is based on lies, assumptions, half truths, and it's rampant because of things like this, which has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. And I will not stoop so low as to partake in a back and forth argument with him. God knows the truth, and the truth always comes out. So please stop the madness and focus on finding Sebastian because that is the most important thing. And, Seth even did put out, and I'm trying to remember what live stream that was on. There was a few. I believe it was Pascal as well as Terry Lynn.
Mhm.
Um, he stated that he was not involved with therapy. That's how he got kicked out of the Naval Hospital, was arguing with his therapist and things that they recommended. Um, so she also addressed that and said, you know, that Seth was involved in his therapy. Seth knew exactly all the things that happened. He even gave misinformation about what happened to Sebastian. She said, there are so many lies in the story, including him failing to mention where Seth got banned from the base for his violent tendencies, where at the time my son was seeing a psychiatrist and psychologist to help him with his trauma from Seth's abuse and the trauma from being hurt by this child. And let me be clear, I think it's sickening what he is doing. And
It is sickening. And I also, I'm sure you want to kind of, I understand your position at the current moment, and you may not want to speak on certain things, but Nana just wrote something in the chat that I think
Okay, let me.
really needs to be taken note of, and that is the fact that people are lining the pockets of a man who hit his child in the head. What is going on here?
Yeah,
Why?
Nana, you're right. It has gotten up to $25,000 on that GoFundMe. I just do want to clarify that Katie and Chris and Seth all met with the TBI and at the beginning of the case, and they were told by TBI that it was not recommended for them to start a reward fund or start a GoFundMe or, crowds fund for money, because that always can turn out badly. And they made a recommendation to the family to not involve themselves with that. So the three of them made an agreement. They told me that right off the get-go. That they were not going to do that. And then 3 days later, Seth's sister had started a GoFundMe, and that amount has changed. I think they've upped the amount more than 5 times now. Originally, I think it was for 5,000. And it does say that it's for him being out of work. However, he's raised enough money for a half a year's salary. And I did ask him
Oh
if he
yeah,
would
he's
like,
sitting pretty over there off the
yeah,
back of his
to
receipt.
donate to the billboards. Hey, would you like to, we crowdfunded with just my team to make this happen. And even Chris Proudfoot donated a large amount of money. I didn't ask him to. He just sent it to me and said, I would like to keep these going. If you could please do that. And I told him I really appreciated that. I told him, that he could do it himself, but he's got to go back to work. He's just got other things going on. They don't want to do that. So I told them I'd be happy to do that. So I did ask initially, when Katie's cousin reached out to me. I've known her for a long time. She used to work with my sister. She's the one who reached out to me because she watches my channel and other cases that I've covered. And she said, my cousin's son is an Amber Alert in Tennessee and he's missing. And I would really like it if you could get some resources, to her. Can she call you? And I said, absolutely. I'll do whatever I can to help. I never actually expected them to come up on my panel. I told them if there was anything they wanted me to share about Sebastian to help bring him home, I would be more than happy to, to share that information. And they came into the chat and said they decided that they wanted to speak. I did ask them if they would like for Seth to come up as well, because I felt like having a united front that Sebastian could see that all of his parents love him and care about him and want him to be found safe would be very positive. But Seth did not want to do that. And of course, he has been on probably more than 30 live streams over the course of the last,
I've noticed,
6 to 8 weeks. And when the 2 times that I had asked him if he would like to come over and speak with Chris and Katie, he said no. And he also, I've asked him if he would like to donate to the billboards, and he said no. He would be making shirts for profit that goes to him, and that would be his billboard.
Duchess,
So,
you're doing those through Blip, correct?
through Blip, correct.
Blip
Yes.
billboards. Okay, I'm going to share the link to Blip billboard, or one of my mods. They all know where it is because that was a huge deal last.
Yes. And I think
fall.
it's so wonderful. And I told people, if you want to make your own Blip account so that you can put your money toward it, I am more than happy to send you the billboard that I created and you can use that.
Do you have the image that if anybody that I know might want to purchase one, or can you post that to your community wall? Or all right.
Yeah, I've posted it on there, but when you do the Blip, it will give you like what the what the pixels are. So if you have somebody that
Yeah, you
knows
can
the
resize
particular
it.
location, I can size it up and I'm happy to send it to them. And
Yep.
they're more than welcome to use that. I have 2 currently, and, um, and
I
I've been
also
very
know how to
transparent.
resize them, Dutch. If you ever need help or
Okay.
anything, I'm sure you don't. I'm sure
You
you
know,
have other people to help, but I got
I
very
make all
familiar
my
with how to
own.
resize those back when
Yeah,
we
I
were
have
running them.
Canva and I just make my own. I've done it for
Yep,
Summer Wells, Tyler Doyle, Jaden Carpenter.
yep.
So if somebody wants to take my billboard, I can send it to them. If you want to resize it, Tiffany, and put billboards up,
Mhm.
I think that would be wonderful. I know that the
You
family
know,
is
you can
so
cover the
grateful.
whole country. But if so, there's 293 people in here. Think about, okay, 293 people. Now, I personally have done many billboards. Last year, I think, well, Benny and I had placed probably 14
Mhm.
in total. I think it was around that. Um,
And
and
that was amazing. I mean,
it was
that's the best way to keep their
really
face out there.
between just doing 2 live streams. This community came together for summer, and we had almost every single corner of every state covered with billboards for summer, and it was just an audience as small as this here today, like a little under 300 people. um Actually, I think we had less people in the live chat when we were doing the blip billboard campaign for summer. People purchased it themselves. You didn't have to send money to anybody. It's your own account. You can go on there. You purchase a blip billboard. It's literally dollars. You can put them in Times Square. You can put them on um, any freeway, highway that has billboards placed. Blip runs throughout the entire United States. There's only a couple. Thank you, Luda just dropped the link. There's only a couple states, I think, that my state in particular doesn't have billboard. We're the smallest state, so it doesn't matter. No, I see you, Be Real. You're not blocked. Um, there's only a couple states that don't have blip billboards. For the most part, every single state in this country has blip billboards, and it's pennies, you guys. I think I put in $200 and it lasted, I want to say 2 weeks or so. And I had put 4 billboards. I put another chunk of money in, ran it again. I ran them for about a month. I know myself, I think about like 400 or $500 in, and it ran for a whole month. Sunshine Girl did. She's in chat right now. What Big Eyes ran one. Boosta. I can't remember all the people, but there were a lot of people involved. Uh, Dana Keiko, Emergency Me. There were a bunch of people that placed billboards, and I'm sorry if I left anybody out. I can't remember off the top of my head all the names, but I know who everybody is. It is truly the best thing. And I do agree with wearing t-shirts because you can wear their face on you, but there is nothing that can compare to putting a billboard on the Merritt Parkway in Connecticut, or Times Square in New York, or wherever. They're in Texas or California, Florida, Orlando, Florida. Sunshine Girl had put one down in Orlando. Dutch, where do you have yours for Sebastian?
I have I can share my screen and I can show you
Yeah, I'd love for you to.
where they're at. Let me pull up my Blip
I miss
account.
What Big Eyes too, Nana. What Big Eyes is so missed. I can't even. I miss
I was
her
so
more than
sorry to hear about
thank you.
her.
She's
She
such a
was an
loss.
amazing advocate and she did so much for the missing.
Yeah, she really did. What Big Eyes is, she was one of a kind, and I miss her so much. So much. We can't even put into words how much we miss her. It's such a
Okay.
tremendous loss for our community. She was really quite the advocate, and she was a wonderful friend.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen whenever
Okay,
you're
good. I'll
ready,
share it.
and you can take a look. This is the active one
Perfect.
that I have right now.
Let me take that down. Okay, perfect.
And
So
there's
go ahead and
2 of
explain.
them
Yeah,
in this size. They've been running since March the 5th.
nice.
And the campaign is actually, I have to go over here. I think I have to go over here and edit
Dutch,
because I
before
have
you
to.
say anything else, I don't want to cut you off. His reward fund is only $3,500.
Yeah.
And his father has 25,000 in a GoFundMe.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
fucking livid. Excuse my language. That makes me sick. That makes me sick. I can't with him. He is like, I despise this man and I don't even know him.
Okay, so
Okay.
my 2 locations are here in Tennessee. The first one
Mhm.
is here on Myatt Drive.
Nice, Nashville. So you've got 40,000 average daily views. It
And
runs
this is
for 8
right near the
seconds.
mall where they went to eat at BJ's. This
Oh,
is in that
perfect.
area.
Mhm.
And then the other one is down here on I-65, right here.
Okay. So that's downtown Nashville.
Going headed towards downtown Nashville. Yep. And I
Now,
think Mind of
mhm,
Monsters is also putting up some billboards. They're working out of state. I think they have one up in Texas, and I
perfect.
think they're working to get some other billboards going for that. So if we let's
Look
go
at your
back over.
impressions, Dutch. If you go back, it said
Yeah, I'm
between
gonna go
zero,
to the analytics. I'll show you what we got
yeah,
here. Let's
over a
see.
million. So that's a million average views on Sebastian's face driving.
So we're doing about $20 a day, and I've spent about $968.
Wow, okay. Yeah,
So about
and it does
$18
go
a day.
quick if you're not careful. And just so you know, when you move them around, it costs more money. So you can really fly through money the more you move them. I didn't know that until
Yeah.
had a little mishap and a bunch of billboards were moved around. And I'm like, where'd all the money go?
Yeah, exactly.
um,
So, and this will be going through May the 5th.
okay,
And then we're going to close this one out, and we're going to open up another one. I
perfect.
had a wonderful person that donated to help keep them up for a couple more weeks. And, if people want to support, they can. If they want to make their own blip and they want to use my billboard, they are more than welcome to do that. But
Okay.
we've gotten a lot of views,
Wow.
a lot of views. So you just, there's so many other places that
So look at
the
that,
space
guys.
needs to be.
You've got, so you can see, and if some people don't even know what any of this means, but these are the blips. So daily blips means how many times Sebastian's photo is being displayed on a billboard. You can make a billboard for someone's birthday on whatever highway in America you want. It's actually really neat, but I think it's great to utilize them for the missing, of course. But look, so as it goes, so 505 was the first batch, right? And it goes up, it fluctuates a little bit, but this is the best way. And I always encourage people to really purchase their own and put them all over because, like I said, with even say 50 people, one in each state, all it takes is 50 people to place a billboard. You could put $20 in these accounts, okay? And literally get Sebastian's face out there for a couple days, even. If you can only afford $20, you can purchase a billboard for $20. It doesn't need to be $900 or $200. It really is
Right.
very affordable.
Right.
So
It's the
And
only
you
reason
can
it's
pause it.
900 is because we've had it, since the
Yeah.
5th of March. So, you can, like some, we used to run summers sporadically. Now, we did try to put some billboards up in Utah, and they would not allow me to have her billboard at certain locations in Utah. So when you
Really?
go to,
Huh.
yeah, Michelle Macklin, remember that? We
I didn't
tried,
know
there was
that. I
2
never even knew that.
locations, that we tried to put it, and they said apparently it's, in certain locations, the person who is providing that billboard can elect to let whether or not they want you to have the billboard up for those reasons, and they were denied. So
Okay.
we did not get to have those up. So, if when I make the billboards, it will tell you it'll take 24 to 48 hours for approval. And normally it doesn't even take 24 hours. If they're going to approve it,
Pretty quickly.
they'll
Yeah.
put it right up, and if there's a problem, they will just send it over to you and let you know, hey, we can't do the billboard at this particular location. Can you select a different location? And that's pretty much what they had told me. So, um, but I haven't had any problems with Sebastian's, and I do hope that we can be able to get more billboards with his face up, because he's
Yeah.
been missing y'all for 2 months.
Absolutely. And it's interesting you said that. I didn't know about Utah, but I do remember there was a state that we had tried to place a billboard for summer last fall, and I don't remember which state it was. I do remember they did not allow ads for missing people. Now, I'm not sure what the issue with Utah was. It may have been their stipulation, because I wish I could remember. It's been a while, but they did not allow particularly missing people unless it was, done by law enforcement or whatever.
Mhm.
But when you go on the site, it would say the design has been rejected. We do not,
Right.
I can't remember the wording that they use, but basically, we don't coordinate our billboards with the missing, yada, yada, yada.
Mhm.
But thank you for showing that, because,
Sure.
a lot of people don't know that we never knew blip billboards existed back when, we way back in the day, we had a huge mishap with billboards in Summer's case. And then 2
Oh,
years
yeah.
later, we found out all along there's been this blip billboards company. And when I found out how cheap it was, I was like, oh my God, we have to do this. We have to do this. And what better way to do it and put it out to everybody? See, this is what bothers me. You've got so Cotton Candy wrote in the chat a minute ago that Seth has a Venmo, a Cash App, or whatever, all these things.
Yes.
And why is the reward for Sebastian only $3,500? This child's life is worth so much more. Okay. Duchess and her community has already put half of that into billboards. And Seth is over there bringing in all of this money. That is really a freaking sin. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't have to comment, because I know you don't want to get involved. I'm like super outspoken about it, and I'm totally being a bitch, so I get it. But no, I am flabbergasted by that. I'm really disgusted at what I see go on around here, and then to see creators who I have, and I won't name them, but there are creators that I've like really held to a pretty high standard where I'm like, they're really great. I've been watching them for years. And I know some people have their tactics, right? Some people are going to act like they're down with the person just to get them to talk. But then you've got the ones who are really enabling the crap out of what we were just discussing, with sensitive topics and such, not shutting down a conversation, not removing the content. Sometimes you have to make hard decisions. And when it comes down to it, it's really not a hard decision. If you're a decent human being, you're going to say, okay, we need to end this live. I'm going to have to private it. I didn't expect that to come out. I don't feel comfortable with that being aired on my platform, whatever it may be. These people have no moral compass when it comes to views, money, and all of the things. We've seen it for a very long time, but where do you draw the line? And it really starts with the subscribers. You guys don't realize how much power you truly have here. It's not us as creators who hold the power, it's you guys. And without people in these chats advocating for the kids and for what is truly right, it's a lost cause. Like, we truly do need the help of the communities that claim to care about missing people, not just children, adults as well. It doesn't matter, all around the board, the missing or the slain. It doesn't really make a difference. Who is going to advocate for what's right? And here you've got, see, I didn't know that a principal observed Sebastian being clocked upside the head by Seth. And shit, I've got even more of a problem now with him than I did this morning. And I lost a lot of sleep last night over this hydrocephalus. Well, what is, she called it right lateral ventricle
Fluid, right.
okay.
Yeah, fluid on the right lateral ventricle part of his brain. But that she wanted to just reassure everyone that he's never had a shunt, but that's why they have to do the MRI every few years to gauge how that is, because when he was little, it wasn't putting any pressure. But
I'm so glad they did an MRI. Do you know, Dutch, and you may not, but do you know if they ever did an MRA or an MRV? It checks the veins and the arteries. And I was just
well, she said it was a specified MRI, so I was assuming that that's what they would do, because they needed to see if it was, putting pressure on any of the arteries and veins in there, because once that began to change, she was told that's when, he may have to get a shunt, and that's why they have to keep, monitoring that. And of course, the recommendations for him not to participate in sports where, contact sports, and, to just, be aware of his head. And of course, so when this situation happened at his school, she wasn't even there. She was notified about CPS being contacted because they contacted the school, not her. Because the school witnessed it, the staff. I was mortified. I could not even believe that. Which is why we can't be drawing conclusions about, well, Seth seems like he's a good person. He works for law enforcement. He's a corrections officer. Like, I get all of that. Do I think any of the parents had
what?
to do with it? I don't know.
Not to interrupt you, law enforcement, God bless. Okay. I come from a beautiful family of law enforcement officers, but you know what? There are other law enforcement officers in this world who commit heinous crimes. It doesn't mean because someone has a history of, I've said this about other professions as well. These are human beings, okay? People are capable of terrible things. It doesn't mean, and I also kind of thought, how weird that he felt he needed to identify himself as law enforcement. And he's not law enforcement. He's correctional officer. The most honorable men in blue you'll ever meet, they're not going to flash their badge at you. I promise. Take note of those types of things, because the ones that brag the loudest, I'm going to say it. It's true. It is true. Okay, the most decorated officers are not going to sit there and shove it down your throat because they don't want that attention and notoriety. They do it because they love what they do. They're not looking for you to bow to them or see them as a leader or that you need to obey them. See, that's a problem for me. That's another red flag. Other people might not see it as a red flag. I do.
I do too. Just
Yeah.
the way that he's acted out here on the internet and
Mhm.
saying the things that he's out here saying. No law enforcement officer that's respectable with ethics would be out here doing what he's doing,
No,
in
I
my opinion.
absolutely agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more, Dutch. And there was something else that I wanted to ask you. I'm thinking it was in the paperwork that I don't want to keep you long. I do
Oh, you're
appreciate that you came up here. I didn't
sure.
even expect you to. Sitting here racking my brain over shit, is this paperwork true? And let me ask you something, because I don't want to put stuff out if it violates people. This is actually, and this is another thing I thought. I'm thinking, this is pretty personal stuff. It's a restraining order paperwork. Usually this is not made public. I'm surprised, honestly, that they would release this in a FOIA. That's why I questioned it, because I had asked Cotton Candy, I'm like, you're sure this is real? Because I don't know the source. Usually you don't see paperwork to do with restraining orders out there. Usually the victims are protected. So it was kind of foreign to me that it was here. But there was something in here that I was thinking. Let me ask Dutch while she's up here, but I think I lost it. If I remember later on, is it cool if I email you?
Sure.
All right. Oh, what I wanted to say was, did Katie say if she felt violated by this being out there? Did she not want it to be, or do you feel that maybe she was like, oh, thank God it's out there, because, I didn't want to put it out, but I'm glad someone else did. And I don't know if you even know the answer to that.
When I asked her,
She
when
didn't
I
want to
told
go on
her,
a
yeah,
smear.
when I told her about it, she was kind of shocked that
Okay.
somebody had actually went and got the FOIA, and she said, but what my statement says is the truth. And Seth rebutted what his thoughts on it were, and she said, but I stand by what I said, and what I said is the truth. And she said, but sometimes when you're in a situation, whether it be domestic violence or a situation like this, if it doesn't go a certain way, they let people go all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a guarantee, and that's kind of what happened. She said, so if it's out there, it's out there. There's not a whole lot I can do about it.
I don't
And
want to overstep, is why I ask. I do feel a certain way because it's a restraining order. I'm not the type of person that I don't want to hurt anybody in that way. I am a survivor myself. I would not want to hurt anybody. That's why I ask, did she have feelings about that being out there? Because, so maybe she's not comfortable with it, and I don't want to be a part of it if it's something that made her feel uncomfortable. Thank you for answering. And let me ask you this, because I actually really think, while you're up here with a comment from when I opened, said, speaking of advocating, what do you think Seth is doing? Who's bringing searchers together every day? I have my opinion about that. I don't know if you do, Dutch.
I do.
Yeah, I would like to hear.
I think a lot of people forget in these cases that Sebastian was last seen at home where his mother was. And I know people feel like, regardless of what law enforcement recommends, that a parent should be doing X, X, and X. But law enforcement had recommended that Katie not be involved in the search, that the search needed to be left up to the professionals, to law enforcement and whoever's working with law enforcement to conduct these searches for various reasons. You don't want evidence, if it's out there, to be destroyed or moved. And also, if something terrible had happened to her son, you definitely would not want a parent finding their child that way. And that's how it was explained to
Amen.
Katie. And that is why she is doing things that people may not see, that she's out there with Seth searching, or that she's, maybe y'all don't see her hanging up flyers, but they are doing things to help in any way that they can. But just because you don't see them on a YouTube video or working with these people, the reason that they're not doing that is because they've been threatened. They've gotten harassing messages, harassing emails, threats about things that they're going to do to them. It's not good. And TBI is aware of all of it. And by the way, TBI has been informed about everything regarding all of the things involving Seth, and these things that we're discussing here today. All of that information, TBI has all of that. They know all about everything. They did assure me that they knew all about everything. So I just have to leave it to law enforcement that they know what they're doing, and they're keeping what they have to close to the vest. I felt like it was very disappointing to me that Seth is out there saying he's doing all of these secret searches, et cetera, et cetera. He's upset that law enforcement isn't speaking to him, but he's also out there bashing Sumner County and saying how he would not go and work for them because they're trash and that they're not doing
I don't
anything
think
to
he's
find
qualified to
that
work for
he's
them. Do you?
and that, you know, that TBI isn't doing anything and they haven't done anything. And I just feel like if you're law
Wow.
enforcement, you shouldn't be out here saying that about other agencies in the state where you work, because that's not a good look at
You
all.
know, oftentimes when the police or, law enforcement like the TBI or the FBI or Sumner County Sheriff's Department, listen, when they don't communicate with people, take that as a message. Okay. So if they are communicating, because I've heard that they're communicating just fine with Katie and Chris. However, I have heard they're not communicating with Seth. I take that to be very telling. Now, that's just my opinion. Does it mean anything? No, not necessarily. But in my opinion, it does. I think that's a red flag. But, I mean, that's just me.
Right.
Miss Persevere feels the same. I just can't help but feel that way. And now it doesn't mean that what I just said is absolutely true. Maybe that there could be, even like I've even said, maybe because people have had questions about custody things. I've always said it's clear that physical placement was with Katie because Seth had Sebastian every other week. So that tells me mom has physical placement. Physical placement does matter. So you could have joint custody, and it differs, I believe, by state. And I don't know their particular circumstance, of course, don't claim to know. And I don't need to know. It's not my business. But I know that even with joint custody, if you have physical placement, sometimes it does matter in being in the know, even at the doctor's office. Trust and believe it is the truth. Like I said, it's not like that in all states, but in some, it does matter. So I was even saying, I think it was yesterday or the day before, well, maybe he's not even aware of the exact stipulations, or some, guys are, in all fairness and fairness to Seth, because I don't want to just be an asshole. Maybe he doesn't know everything, and I'm only just trying to be fair and speculating that. Not giving him credit because I don't think he really deserves any at all. I think he's a mooch off of his missing child, and I'm so disgusted by it. But sometimes men don't know all these things and they're not always in the know. So, just saying. They don't always know what all the rules are, what was stipulated by the court, or they think they know, but it wasn't exactly the way. So there could be multiple things going on. All I know is what I've heard is that they are communicating with mom. They're not communicating with the dad. And it was also interesting to hear when he was on the podcast with the PI that she is the one communicating with law enforcement. Don't get that twisted with working with law enforcement. Just because law enforcement may be communicating with a PI does not mean that they're working with the PI. And I think people really do jump to these conclusions and they just automatically think, oh, they're working together. That doesn't mean they're working together at all. I do find it very interesting that Seth wouldn't want open communication with Ellie, because I know no one would stop me from communicating with law enforcement if anyone that I cared about in my family was missing. I wouldn't want a PI speaking for me to law enforcement. I'd be calling, I'd be walking in there daily. I'd be doing whatever I had to do. I would not want to shy away from speaking to them. I find that also to be a red flag.
Yes.
That's just me, though.
In the beginning, there was a live stream, and I think it was, Michelle, maybe you can tell me where that was at. It might have been on Terry Lynn's. He had told people on a live stream that he had 4 private investigators. And I have a friend that's a private investigator, and I asked them about that, and they told me that probably would not happen, because if you hire one private investigator,
How much
a lot of
money
times,
does this guy have to throw
right.
away? Yeah.
And then it quickly changed that he didn't have 4 private investigators, that then he had 2 private investigators.
Interesting. And was that after it was called out?
Yes, because, of course, people, including Katie and Chris, wanted to know, well, who are these private investigators? Like, how are you paying for that? Because a private investigator is not cheap, and you're paying for 4. That I don't know. I have a lot of questions about that myself. So I do understand that. You think it was Terry Lynn, Michelle? I was thinking, because, they said to me, when we take a case, we're not going to be working alongside of 3 other private investigators that are
Right.
not in our at our place of business, because there are, there's things you have to sign. There's privacy things. We're not going to necessarily be working in tandem with a whole group of other private investigators. I probably wouldn't take a case like that, because there could be problems in situations like that.
Yeah.
And she goes, I have a lot of questions about this. And I
Even
said,
miscommunication when you've got
right.
4 PIs, and also keep in mind, and I'm not taking any credibility away from any private investigator. I hold them to a great standard as well. They're wonderful people for the most part. There are some weirdos out there who claim, we've seen them on here. Some of them are running amok, acting really crazy at times with these cases. But for the most part, they do hold themselves to a very professional standard. You don't usually see them. That's why they're called private investigators. Private, keyword. You don't usually see them.
Right. So why are they out here talking on these news channels?
Strange.
And making all these posts on Facebook? I'm like, I thought you were a private investigator.
Not so private. Not so
holding this close to the vest. And I mean, I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. And Day Tripper, yes, he looked like he was sulking when he was on with the PI. What's interesting about that, and I only speak for myself, please don't hold Duchess to anything I'm saying. Her words are her own, mine are my own. I don't want anyone to hold her responsible for anything I've said here, okay? And thank you, Cotton Candy, for dropping Dutch's link. Guys, if you're not sub to her, which I'm pretty sure everyone here is, please sub to Dutch. I personally have a lot of respect for the way she's carrying herself here and appreciate that, because it's rare and very seldom we come across people who are not exploiting and trying to grift their way through YouTube life. Okay. What I thought was so interesting was right before that aired. Now, with all due respect to all, I don't know, maybe that was done the day before, whatever. He was not of that disposition and composure when he was on the panel he was on right before. So it was kind of strange to see that diabolical change where he went from being very positive and uplifting and giving the audience of, I don't know, 3,000 people all this hope. And he was so positive and uplifting. And then to see him online with the PI where he's sulking, as Day Tripper said. Absolutely. It was strange to me because I'm like, suddenly he's acting like he doesn't have a voice, like he's timid, like he's a little kid in a timeout chair, sulking and crying. Where an hour beforehand, he's like, just keep your head up, believe in God, and have faith in the. Can I ask, and you may not even know the answer to this, and sorry to bombard you with questions. I didn't even plan to ask all these, but now that I'm sitting here talking, I have questions.
Sure.
And this is a religious question, only because Seth has really proclaimed his Roman Catholicism from the rooftops. I heard him talk about how he went to church on Good Friday 3 times. He was going to church on Holy Saturday and on Easter. I'm just going to keep it real. I was born and raised Roman Catholic, and I am a very spiritual person. I don't go to church every Sunday. I actually haven't been to church so I haven't been to church since 2018, and I will admit that. However, I have gone to confession. I have definitely talked to my priest in those years, but who goes to church 3 times in one day? Did Seth go to church 3 times in one day? I'm not sure, but I didn't know if maybe anyone has ever commented to you that he is a man of very strong Catholic faith, and a churchgoer to that degree. Do you know anything about that, Dutch? You may not.
I know that Katie did tell me that he is Catholic.
Uh-huh.
I asked her if she had any thoughts about him going on these streams and saying these things, and she said she really had no idea. He was also saying that Sebastian has these godparents, I guess because that's a Catholic thing. And she said, but that's just to Seth. That's not me.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
So
because
Seth
people
has
were asking.
assigned godparents to Sebastian that Katie didn't know about. Is that right?
Well, apparently he says they are Sebastian's godparents, but Katie said, I guess not to her. You know, that's just
Okay.
something that Seth is telling people, I guess, on the internet. But she really hasn't commented any specific things about that, except for she doesn't understand why he's even going on live saying things like that.
Yeah.
So
Well, I really appreciate you coming up, Dutch.
absolutely.
I'm thankful that you did spend the time. Like I said, I didn't even know that you were going to come up, but I think I will thank Cotton Candy as well because, well, for a multitude of things, because I don't know if you saw, sorry for the siren in the background. I don't know if you can hear it. It's kind of loud. I had made a video comparing Seth to Chris Watts. Did you see that by chance?
I
With
sure did. I
okay,
sure did. Yeah. And it
the
was
arms
good
up.
because when I first saw him doing the arms, I've had a torn rotator cuff and I've had the surgery, and I remember having that kind of pain. I could not
Shoulder pain
barely
is no joke. I
I
don't
could
even have an
barely even
injury.
lift my arm just
Yeah, to
up,
wash your hair.
hardly any, much less over my head.
Yep.
And even after I had the surgery, it took me almost 2 years to get over that, and I mean, I still that's not something that I just find myself doing, like, putting my arms over my head, so when
Yeah.
I first noticed him, I was like, "Why is that a red flag for me?" I don't know why that is so strange to me, and then
Well, it's awkward to see because normally,
right.
people don't put their arms up over their head like that unless they're being arrested, or like I've compared it to having like a gas bubble under your upper rib or something where you need to like make room to breathe because you're
Yeah.
feeling pain. Um yeah, it's an awkward position to put yourself in when you're standing upright. I notice he swings his arm around a lot, and I almost have wondered, is it a nervous twitch? You know how some people have weird quirks about them. I don't know if it's a nervous thing. Did Katie ever mention to you that he had an injury, or maybe she may not even have known?
She said he wasn't aware that he had a previous injury.
Okay. So, because it was said that the injury occurred before Sebastian had gone missing, but I don't know because I haven't followed every single live stream. Dutch, I basically have watched the highlights, the news outlets, the media more so than anything. I've watched Pascal. Well, I don't even want to name some of the creators because I really don't want to give them attention, unfortunately. Some of them I don't feel are so savory. Um, and that's my own pettiness. Sorry, I don't mean to be, but I
No, I
can be a little
understand.
petty sometimes.
I've just been kind of disappointed that people have just been embracing this situation, and allowing him to just go and attack them.
Mhm.
I just don't feel like that is really what this is all about. But I
Mhm.
guess for him, that's what he feels like he needs to do, even after he supposedly spoke with Chris and he's decided, he made this whole video that everybody could F off. They needed to focus on Sebastian. He was going to work with the mom and the stepdad. And then it wasn't but just 3 hours later, Katie texted me and said, he just told us that he wanted to work with us and sent me all these emails how he wants for us to do this and this and this. And then he turned right around and started bashing me on another live stream on Pascal's. She was like, I cannot with him.
Do you think that? So I think a lot of it is projection,
Yeah.
naturally, this is how people behave. Um, but what I was kind of getting to, well, what I wanted to ask was, and maybe you may not know, but someone in the chat may know. I don't know everything, you guys. I'm truly just wanting to pick up what others are not talking about, and not so much Sebastian. And it's not because I don't want to cover Sebastian. It's because there's so many people covering Sebastian. I know I'm not needed in that way. I think he's got a lot of attention. And I could go on about that because I feel it's all consolidated right into this little sector of YouTube that it doesn't travel as far as we like to think it does, right? A lot of people think Summer went national. She really didn't. She made News Nation several times. National coverage is like, you remember John Bonet, right? Or
Right.
the Idaho Ford, that's national. I don't think Summer got as much attention as Sebastian has. I don't. Not in the media worldwide news, right? in that sense. But what I was wondering was, did Seth bring up the injury to his shoulder after people noticed his posture? And I honestly don't know if it was brought up before. I noticed the very day, it was within minutes that interview was posted up. I remember sitting watching that, and I was pretty much frozen for a few moments thinking, oh my God, Chris did this, Chris Watts. And it doesn't mean that they're the same type of person. It doesn't mean that Seth did anything. I'm
Right.
not accusing him of anything, but it was just so striking to me. And I sat on it and I sat on it. And I just kept thinking, but I'm like, I don't want to cover Sebastian because I felt like there's so many people. It is like a bad look. Do you get what I mean?
Right.
When you feel a certain way to cover a case, like I tend to gravitate away from the cases people start clinging to because I'm like, oh gosh, here we go again. But then I had clipped those. And it's very interesting also. So two things. The same amount of time that Chris Watts had his hands up behind his head, it was within 2 to 3 seconds. They had the same amount of time. Because when I clipped those pieces, I had them one by one, right? I uploaded one and then I uploaded the next one on unlisted. And one of them was 1 minute and 18 seconds. And I think Chris Watts was 1 minute and 18. And then Seth was like 1 minute and 15 or 1 minute and 12 or something. I can't remember. But it was just about the same amount of time that Chris stood that way. But then as I was live yesterday, Seth did not do that just once. He did it 3 times. In that one interview, he put his hands up behind his head 3 times. And I said I was going to make a video, a new one, and I never did, but I do plan to. I've been looking, I looked all night I should have just actually reached out to you, I guess. I spent all night along with Casey, had been searching all over looking for it as well. She had reached out to me and she's like, I know I've seen it. I'm trying to find it. You know, people were looking all night to find where what might have been mentioned, not so much hydrocephalus, because I didn't hear that word said, but what Katie had been alleged to have said, the pocket of water. I even went through the transcripts. I'm looking for pocket of water. I searched Facebook groups for the word brain. I literally went balls to the wall, like looking everywhere I possibly could, and I
Right.
couldn't find it anywhere. But see, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, it was something that Katie had just told me. And the first time that I had actually seen anything about Seth's arm was another person that has a YouTube channel that is a local to that area. Her name is Cluminati.
Cluminati, yes. Lippy shared her link in the chat last night. And if someone would like to, if anyone could grab that, I'd be appreciative because I trust Lippy in that way. She definitely appreciates that person's content. I've not been into watching them.
She's
but
pretty
if someone
outspoken.
could-
She's pretty outspoken. It's not for
Yeah.
the faint of heart. She'll just tell you like it is, and
well, that's
cuss
up my alley. I
cuss
like that.
you a little bit at the same time. If you come over there acting crazy, she's no filter on that. But
Really? Okay.
She met Seth out there,
Oh,
and she called me and said, she sent me a message, and then we made contact, and she said, I have to tell you that I just feel like I really have to speak about this. And I said, girl, it's your channel. You do what you want to over there. And she said, well, when we were out there searching, she said, Seth is very, I guess he's I don't know, very narcissistic, I guess, was her impression
I
of it.
believe that, Dutch.
And she also said that JLR was out there that one day with her and her fiance. And while she was standing there, she said, I just get really bad vibes. She goes, I don't necessarily think he had anything to do with it. She said, but just the way that he's acting and stuff, she was like, it gives me the creeps. And she was like, I just don't know how I really feel about it. She said, but then JLR was live. He was talking to his chat. And then Seth came over and she said, and I watched this happen in person. And apparently, I don't know if you can hear it on JLR's live stream. I don't even know which one it was because I don't really watch him. But apparently, JLR was talking and Seth came over and tapped JLR on the shoulder when they were standing right there and said, hey, are you live? And he said, yes. And he said, well, you're definitely going to want to get this on a live stream. And then walked back over to the truck. And then it's got the EMT pulling this KT tape off of his shoulder. And he goes, ow.
Oh
And
my
like,
God.
and it was very dramatic. And she said
Ridiculous.
immediately, I was so aggravated because he literally set that up. Like she said, it was so overplayed. And so JLR like played it live. Like, he was like, yeah, I injured my shoulder from searching. And I was like, were you searching with your arm? Like, and then apparently it came out that he said he fell down or something like that. And she was like, girl, I'm not buying none of this. And I was like, well, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there, Clue. You were there. It was really very bizarre. When I went, somebody sent me that little clip of him on JLR's, and you can actually hear him saying, hey, are you live? Because he went to go tell him to get it on the live stream. And I just feel like that is super bizarre to me.
These are all, so let me say, and I know that a lot of people have their opinions of JOR. I actually heard that, and I don't know if everything is hearsay to me unless I hear it with my own ears and I know it was said. So I guess something to the effect of, I don't know if JLR wanted to maybe talk to the Proudfoots or something, but maybe Chris wasn't comfortable with JLR or something due to his history and his past, which is, if that's true, I absolutely understand, because if you were to look and see the things that JLR has done, and in my own backyard, okay, then Sandy Hook is my area, okay. I was very, very against JLR when he first stepped on the scene. I was friends with Molly. This was long ago. And I remember telling her I refuse to be, she was out in Tennessee and for Summer's case. And she said, hey, will you talk to JLR? And and I said, no, I will not. And I eventually actually did talk to him. And when I did, he was so kind to me. Never have ever had a problem with Jonathan. And it's just my own belief. And it took a lot for me to get over what I knew of him. I had given him information for days on end while they were out there, just trying to give as much as I possibly could to help, and I will say, I do think that he's made strides, and I haven't watched his coverage of Sebastian. I've not watched a single stream. I just don't even have the time, and I'm so selective with what I watch. Although I do like Jonathan, I don't have any problems with him. I honestly feel that and I'll say this, if my child was missing or anyone I loved was missing, I mean it with all my heart, Jonathan's a great person to have out there, getting coverage and spreading awareness. And he has grown on me over the last several years. And I asked him when I had spoke to him on the phone, I said, just please promise You will not do wrong by summer. It's all I ask. And I will tell you right now, he hasn't disrespected Summer that I have ever seen. And I really do think that people are redeemable, okay, and have redeemable qualities, and there is room for change. And I think he has grown a lot. And I don't want to shun him because we all have a past, we all have history. Everyone's made mistakes. Now, what he did was not a mistake, okay, with Sandy Hook. That I still am upset about, but it is what it is. There's nothing I actually, when the tragedy occurred, my mom had gone to TJ Maxx and there was this huge teddy bear. It was life size, probably as big as my dining room table. If you could see how big my dining room table is, this teddy bear filled up the whole back seat of the car. And my dad drove it to Sandy Hook. Jonathan actually was standing in front of the teddy bear that we had brought there and with his little figurines, and he was doing his thing. So he actually really did affect me in the way that I was devastated to see how he played with that situation and trolled it, pretending to be the cousin of Adam Lanza. But even like, so seeing him standing in front of that teddy bear killed me. Like, just, it was, I can't even explain how upsetting it really was. It came from my family. But even so, I still do think he does have a good heart. I feel that way. And a lot of people judge me for that, but I don't think he's such a bad guy. I think he's made some mistakes. He's done some crazy things, but he's not such a bad dude to have on your side when you're trying to get attention on the missing. And I really, really do mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've seen him do some really great things even for people. Like Thanksgiving, I've seen him go and bring sandwiches by the trunk full to the homeless on Thanksgiving. It's like this thing he does every year. I appreciate those types of things, to see people doing good for people. So while he does have a history and whatnot, I don't know if he's talked to Seth. I haven't looked. I haven't seen. So do you know what his reaction was to that? It's kind of what I was getting to.
Yeah, he went over and filmed it. I mean, he's on Team Seth.
He is Team Seth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't know.
As far as I know. Now, I don't really watch his channel. He might be questioning Seth at this point with everything that's happening. Yeah. So I'm not sure.
He's very smart. Jonathan is very smart. I'm not saying he's Team Seth or not because I don't know, but don't be surprised. He will pull a quick one on anybody. He'll definitely get some, movement going. And, that's why I really do like to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's capable of doing really good things. He's very smart and intelligent when it comes to the law. He knows, his rights. And I think that that's also a must-have when you're dealing with things like this. And I haven't seen him cross the line in these cases. So I try to be easy on Jonathan. I do believe everybody deserves a second chance. So now I know some people are like all the way against him, or some people absolutely love him. I don't have a single problem with the guy. I've got nothing but really good things to say about him since I've seen him covering cases. And as long as he's respecting the families and the missing, hey, I support him. But someone like that is great to have eyes on, someone like Seth. And that's just, of course, my own opinion. But I was curious to see how he reacted to Seth doing that. And it would be interesting to know how he really feels, but I don't think he would probably ever say, because if he didn't feel comfortable with Seth. I don't think he would ever say that if, he's trying to.
Right. And I see in the chat they did say that
Let's see.
that he's starting to question Seth now. Like he's kind of calling out both sides of things, and that may be true. I just thought it was very interesting that Seth got him to come over there and get that moment on the live stream. That's
Like,
where the
as if
whole
Seth
shoulder
knew
injury
he
became.
knew to go to him.
Yeah, that's how it became known to everybody on YouTube about what was going on, was because he got Jonathan to film them pulling that KT tape off of his arm, and he just yells out, and it was very dramatic. And then
did Jonathan get that on? Is it on his channel? Do you know what it's called, or was it like in a live stream, or was it just a short little clip? I'd love to see it.
I think it was in a live stream that he was filming out there on the day that they were, one of the days they were searching. Probably somebody in the chat can probably tell you, because I'm sure there's other people that saw it too. I didn't see it until somebody sent me a clip of it, but I don't know what stream it's on. It's very possible that somebody in the chat knows what stream that particular clip is on, and you should definitely go watch it. And maybe you can reach out to Jonathan and just ask him what his thoughts are, because it might be very interesting to hear, because he's met Seth in person. He's been out there.
I wouldn't even want to get in the way of what he may very well support. I don't know if he does or doesn't support Seth, but I wouldn't even want to get in the way of whatever he's got going on, because I do have faith in Jonathan that he knows what he's doing. He's no fool, So I wouldn't ask him, because I wouldn't want to fuck up anything. And I don't think that if he had anything up his sleeve, he would ever tell anybody. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Gigi said it would have been the last day he searched for the day before with Seth. Okay.
Would have been the last day.
I'll have to go figure out where that actual live stream is.
Yeah,
but it was very interesting.
Because when it has to do with that, I am very intrigued by this shoulder thing. Not so much the shoulder thing, because I don't care what his excuse is. Him putting, I don't know why you would make up an excuse like that. If you're saying you have an injury, well, shit, you really, I'd say you bombed that one, because no one with even someone without an injury who just has shoulder pain isn't going to want to put their arms up behind their head for a whole entire minute. So strange. But if Cotton Candy we were in a chat, and she had said something to me, and it was after I had written, because I had kind of been placing it around, just to see what other people had thought. Like, hey, did you see Seth putting his arms up over his head like Chris Watts? And Cotton Candy's like, yes, oh my God, I was talking about this with Cher, blah, blah, blah. And she said, would you put a video out? And I was like, no, I'm not going to talk about Sebastian, because there's so much already going on. And if it weren't for Cotton Candy that day asking me to put that video out, and even though I said I wasn't going to, I ended up doing it the next morning, we wouldn't even be sitting right here right now. So it's kind of cool to see how things take shape on here. Everything moves so quickly and so fast, but I think at the end of the day, between the good creators that are out there doing things from, a genuine place, and they are being sincere, things can be done to help. And with the subscribers in this community and the amount of love that they have for the missing, amazing things can be done. I just don't want it to be lost on anybody that Seth, and I'm not even going to say in my opinion, he is pulling the wool over people's eyes, and they're eating it up, and they hang on to his every word. I don't know this man from Adam, but I do know every time I listen to him, I take issue with a lot of things. And it's not because I'm being picky. I have no opinion when it comes to, like, so Chris and Katie, I've never had like like I said earlier, the only thing I really took issue with is the belt. That bothered me, but I'm
Right.
sure that bothers many. Some people have that discipline. That's what they grew up with, or they don't see an issue. I do. I don't like that at all. That breaks my heart. Um, but I don't have like this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach when I watch them that they've done something or that something isn't right with them. I see pure emotion when Katie is speaking. Hey, and I've been fooled before, but you can see when, and I said this in the beginning of my stream, you can see when somebody is truly crying. All right. Her cheeks get all red. You can see it coming right to the surface. Her nose fills up. She has pure emotion when she's crying and speaking. You don't see that with Seth. I haven't seen him break down in tears. If that's out there, let me know. I've not seen that from him. It's more, it feels like, and he'll say, oh, it's not about Sebastian for them. Well, I don't feel like it's about Sebastian for him. I feel like it's about him for him. It's a constant show, like he's acting, he's putting on a show for everyone, and it just becomes more and more sickening. So, I do plan to talk more about him. This live stream didn't go like how I thought it was going to, although they don't usually. Because what I wanted to do was I want to go through the things that I see that are glaring, right? And that's what I plan to do because listen, there's enough people talking about Chris and Katie. I don't need to critique them at all. Seth needs to be discussed and people need to wake up. I mean, this man is literally sitting in front of everybody doing this. And that you just shared about what he did with Jonathan, I think is very interesting. He went seeking out Jonathan so that he could film, and he had to have known who Jonathan was and that that's someone with a very broad reach for him to have approached him and said, hey, you need to get this. That's bothersome to me. So again, with the shoulder, okay? So I say, forget about his shoulder injury. Just really focus on the fact that he displayed the body language that he did, you know?
It is very interesting, and I appreciate you allowing me to come up here
Yeah, no
and
problem, Dutch.
talk about this. And if you have any other questions,
Hey,
just send me a message, or you can message me on Discord, or I'm happy to help any way that I can. And I appreciate you just speaking, about your feelings about these situations, because I think it's important, and I
yeah, no,
appreciate you
I
doing
won't
that.
bother you unless it's something where I'm like, I just want to make sure because I don't want to misspeak. Like, I really don't. I don't want to be the person messing up information, getting it wrong. I will correct anything I've gotten wrong. Um, Tell me, like, if somebody's like, that didn't happen, that's not what. Tell me, call me out on it because I don't want to spread misinformation. I try everything in my power not to. But that's like the only thing that I would probably reach out for, Dutch, because I don't want to
Okay.
bother you.
No,
But
you're
I
fine.
do want to make sure the information I have is correct and factual. I don't want to misspeak or make anything more convoluted.
I
But I
understand.
would like to share those. So thank you for clearing up that they are real. Through way of Katie said that these are the actual documents because I want to read those on this live stream. When you get off here, I'm going to read those. I
Okay.
think people need to hear. They really need to hear that.
I think the one last thing that I just want to make sure, because I know it's probably going to come up, so
Mhm.
I do want to address it.
Sure.
There's really no easy way to even talk about this, but there's been a lot of
Uh-huh.
talk on the streets about Seth and Katie, and when they met, Seth went on a live stream and was, once again talking badly about Katie and said some things about her. I just want people to remember that Katie's had a rough life herself, and a lot of people have been trying to go and search out her family, pull up information. I saw that A Balance was putting out information about her mother being on probation for 99 years for stabbing somebody. That person is not her mother.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Believe it to him for
So
misinformation.
I just needed to clear that up.
Okay.
Because people are running with things they hear on the internet, and as much as people want this person to be her mother, it's not.
Okay.
And listen, we don't get to pick our parents.
Right.
We have to remember that. And she doesn't have any contact with her parents, and she hasn't since she was a child. Okay. And the other thing to this is that Katie met Seth at someone's house when she was 14. Seth is 10 years older than
I've
her.
heard this, what you're about.
And
Okay.
it is true.
Okay.
That is true.
So he was 19 and she was 14, and he approached her and he said
She
he
was
wanted.
24 when she was 14.
He was 24?
10 years older than her.
Oh, wow. I thought he was, okay. So, wow. I thought he was 19. Not that that's better, but 24. Wow.
And
Okay.
so, and at age 14, he told her, and this is verbatim what she told me, one day you will belong to me.
Oh my God.
She feels very terrible about this because at the time she was just a kid. She didn't really understand all of that, and when she turned 18, yes, he took her out of state and he married her. She did have Sebastian when she was 19. He did go on a live stream and talk about how Katie had decided to have abortions, and he drug her for filth over that. But you must remember, everyone, that all of this took place before Sebastian. So just think about that in your mind when you're thinking about this situation.
So it's predatory behavior, and I'll
Yes.
say it
I
because
just thought it was very important, because if you're going to talk about this, that's definitely going to come up, because a lot of this information, like Seth is the one out here talking about it, and it's
does it feel like
it
to you
matters.
he's trying to get ahead of it? Because
Yes.
I feel like he, and I'll even go as far to say this while you're up here. In the document here, there's a very specific statement, and this is kind of the way I feel about what Dutch just said. I feel that Seth will bring something up and discuss it to try to get ahead of it, make an excuse for it, or maybe even position the situation so that it sounds okay, right? Almost like this comment where he speaks about how he caught Sebastian before he could hit his head on the door frame. What I find so interesting about that is, how would you know exactly where Sebastian's head would fall? How would you know that it wouldn't have hit the door? How would you know it was going to be the door frame? How would you know it wasn't going to be the wall or the divots in the door, right? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't like it. I feel there's something else, and it's just the gut instinct I get and what I pick up on. I feel like something else did happen to Sebastian's head. I feel that was written in the paperwork. I'm going to read it in a few.
Okay.
You'll hear it.
I'll be listening.
You've probably seen the paperwork, haven't you, Dutch? Or no?
I have, and
Okay.
and Katie and I've talked about it, and I just wanted to make sure that I did tell you that. I wanted you to hear it from me, because that is the factual information. And she, I think,
No, thank you
she said
for
eventually
sharing
once she got into the military,
it. Mhm.
and, she said I started going to therapy, and, once I started realizing all of the signs about things,
Yeah.
and things that were happening, in our relationship, there came a time when she had to get out of that,
Yeah. Good
situation.
for
And
her.
she said I wasn't going to, even engage in that but this has become a topic of conversation because he made it that way. And she goes, and I hate that for my son, but I was doing what I had to do to protect me and my son. And I'm not going to back down because my son is the most important person in my life. And even my husband now, Chris, knows
Mhm.
that. And we just want my son to be found. I miss, and she calls him Bubba.
Okay.
That's his nickname. And she said, I miss Bubba. That's what she tells me every day when I talk to her. And she never talks about him in past tense. She always says, when Bubba comes home, I'm going to be so happy. We're going to do this and this. And I just can't wait for when he gets here because I need to hug him and let him know how much I love him and all of those things. And I just want you guys to know that she really does appreciate everyone out here that is thinking about this case critically, that is not dragging, um, you know, the parents and just trying to keep the focus on finding Sebastian. She
Mhm.
said, I understand people have questions and maybe they don't understand everything that's happened in my past, but I just want people to know that I love my son and I just want him to come home. And I know that he's out there. I know, I feel in my heart of hearts he's alive
She
and I just need
does.
him to come home.
So she feels that he's alive.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think that it's really important when a mother's instinct, okay? And I don't know what everyone's opinion is, but I'll even go as far to say when Candace said that she felt Summer was alive, that mattered to me. It still does. It always will.
Right.
A mother's intuition, okay, if they're being honest, of course, right? We don't know, but we'd like to hope so.
Yes.
That is just very important to listen to the gut instinct and the intuition of a mom. If a mom is saying, "I believe my child is alive," it matters.
Right.
It really does. Now, with that being said, do people, make things up so that sure, but it matters to me that Katie believes that her son is alive. And I pray he is. But I believe there is a thread that connects you to your children. Sometimes you'll hear these stories about moms. They they wake up in the middle of the night and they know something's happened, right? Or they just know something is wrong, so they reach out to their child and something catastrophic has happened. Or these things really do happen. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's a mother's intuition. If she feels Sebastian is alive, I'll even go as far to say, Seth speaks of Sebastian as if he's hanging out playing video games somewhere. He said that he knows he's not watching the TV because if he was, he'd know to call him. These weird little statements that he makes,
Mm-hmm.
they
Yeah.
stick out to me. There's certain things that just like pull, almost like someone's pulling on my arm, like, what the hell? Right. And it makes you just think, that's an interesting statement to make.
Yeah.
I've not heard Katie say, well, I think Sebastian's hanging out at so and so's house and he probably had peanut butter and jelly for lunch. You know what I'm saying? It's just so bizarre to say that you believe that your child is playing video games is a strange statement to make.
Yeah, he says that he thinks he's over he goes, "Well, he's possibly at a friend's house."
Yeah.
And Katie said, "My son doesn't have any friends. He never had anybody come play at the house. There's a couple of people that at school, that he calls his friends, but he really doesn't have any friends, and it makes me so sad. And yet his father says that he could be at a friend's house playing games, and I could never make that make sense. They don't say that, the mom says something different than what Seth does, and I can't make it. The math doesn't math in my mind, and it does. I just have red flags, and that's why I just try to sit back and absorb the information, and I just try to ask questions. And Katie and Chris have been very forthcoming with me. Like I said, we speak every day, and really they just want the harassment to stop. The reason that Katie did leave the house, I did see somebody in chat ask why she's not at the house, is because of the threats
A
and
safety issue.
harassment. And Chris is at work. They have bills to pay. They don't have time to go out and start a GoFundMe to pay all their bills. So Chris had to go back to work. He works out of town, and the camper is where he stays when he's working. So Katie is with him because she doesn't want to be alone right now. And the neighbors, they are speaking with them. If Sebastian comes to the house, they know to
Okay.
immediately call law enforcement, because law enforcement will want to take him in so that he can be examined, and they can talk with him to get all of the information about what has happened. But that is the only reason that she is not there, is because of the threats that's been made, and she doesn't feel comfortable. And I just, we have to respect that, because we don't know what they're actually going through. And it
Yeah,
may
I
not make
don't
sense
know.
to us, but, you know,
I don't know what kind of threats they've got. I can imagine. I can only imagine.
I've
But
seen some terrible things that she's personally showed me, and I
really,
can't speak about it, but I've
no,
seen
no, that's
some of the
fine.
messages, and it's horrific, y'all. It's terrible what these people have said. Wouldn't it be terrible if somebody went out and unalive these parents because they think they're guilty of something that they're not even guilty of?
Yeah, of
That
course.
should that that's why this could be so dangerous,
Sure. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I just ask for people just to please be kind. If and you can have your own opinions,
Right.
but let's not go out there and threaten people. Please, please. They're already going through so much right now, and but I'm gonna jump off here. I've got to
Thanks,
go check
Dutch.
on my hubby. He's been working on the air conditioner
Yeah,
today,
no,
and
you've spent so much
he's
time. I
he's
appreciate
taking
it.
a
Thank
break,
you.
so I'm gonna go check on him and get something to eat. But I will be
Okay.
listening in the chat.
Yeah.
And thank you again, Tiffany, for
Yeah,
being
no
so
problem.
kind to allow me up here to hopefully clarify some things. And if you ever need anything, just let me know.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Really do. You
Absolutely.
helped a
Thank
lot.
you. Thank you
Thanks,
to
Dutch.
everybody in the chat. I hope y'all have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that was so nice. I'm glad she came up because it's so helpful. Now I feel like I can actually share. I want to put these back in the spotlight, you guys, because, and hopefully other people will do the same. I don't know, why they wouldn't. Uh, Thank you, Casey. Jamie Kloss, 88 days. I literally did not unglue myself from Jamie's case, and there is hope. There really is. Let's see. He played online with Seth's friend, is what I heard, in my opinion. Let's see. I'm really glad. Thanks, Cotton Candy, for reaching out to Dutch, because I wouldn't even have bothered her. And I really appreciate that she just came and cleared up so much. So that's helpful. Let me grab these, okay? And oh, I am so sorry. I didn't put this up. Let me read this. I want to thank you, Island High. Thank you, ladies, for clearing and cleaning things up. Sure, no problem. I mean, I wasn't really able to. I didn't have the information that Dutch did. So thankful to her that she came up to share some of this because I was really looking for clarification. And finally, we have answers to what I was up all night trying to figure out. Um, Thank you, Island High. I've never seen you here before, but welcome to chat. And I appreciate your super chat. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. So, what I'm going to do now is, and thanks everybody for hanging in there. I know that this has been, well, it's not been too long, 3 hours, not so bad. But this is what I want to do. This is very important. So, I'm going to grab these here and I want to read these to you. So, if you haven't heard these, please lean in. You can screenshot these. I'm going to take down the comments and I'm going to full screen for you so you can see. And if anybody's having trouble, just zoom in on your screen. So I'll try to make this as legible as possible. Let me grab these here. These are the documents that Cotton Candy had sent to me last night. I put them in order. They weren't in order. Now, this is why, and you're going to see why I had questions about it. I couldn't see, and nothing was legible for me. I couldn't see a signature. This is why I took issue with these, and I didn't know if I could trust them. See how you can see the writing here, but just little spots, right? So date, case number. Now this here is the San Diego County Sheriff's Department receipt and notice of confiscation of weapons. This is in regards to a restraining order, okay, with Seth and Katie. Sebastian is mentioned here in these papers. Now, the box that's checked off, and I hope everyone can see this. Oh, hold on. I'm glad I looked. Okay. The box that is checked off is the weapons listed below were relinquished pursuant to Penal Code 29825D and will be retained by the Sheriff's Department until the protective order is no longer in effect. You may contact the Property Evidence Unit Gun Desk at, there's the phone number with any questions. Now, this here, it looks like there were 2 items seized that I can see. The make, model, caliber, serial number, okay? Now, then you have the deputy's information and the surrendering party, which would be Seth. So this is why I had a hang up about showing these. And now that I've spoken to Dutch and she gave, you know, the information that this was actually confirmed by Katie, I really appreciate that she did that so I can actually talk about this, because otherwise I wouldn't have felt comfortable to share it. So you know what I'm working with. That was the first page. I'm going to take this one down. I'm going to start reading. This is pretty important if you ask me. Zebra Girl 1111. Is it 1111? Yes. Says, everyone is a suspect in my eyes. Don't send money unless it's a reward fund. Trust, but verify. Zebra Girl, that's the best rule of thumb to really go by. I agree with what you just wrote. I am a very big believer in reward funds. I am very sad to know that Sebastian's is only at 3,500 and his father is raking in thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars. I couldn't be more sick to my stomach over that. He has made over $25,000 in that GoFundMe, and his son's reward fund is sitting at $3,500. Okay. On my worst day, with not a dime to my name, I could come up with $3,500 if I had to. That is a disgrace. And Sebastian deserves more than that. Why is Seth not donating to his son's reward fund? Who's going to come forward for a reward of $3,500. You could win that on a scratch off or a slot machine playing pennies. Everyone should be outraged by that. But yes, please, all of these wonderful large creators, please continue to share Seth's GoFundMe. I don't know how people can support the creators doing this. I don't. It's beyond me. I'll never understand. They have no place in this community covering children's cases. That's a travesty. I guess that's all I can really say about it. Let me pull this up. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read these. There's 4 more. So I won't be able to see chat while I'm reading these because I'm going to be on another page. I am floored that I didn't know that Sebastian's reward fund was at $3,500. I don't even know what to say about that. I will say I'm not sure if Crime Stoppers has been called. I do know I called Crime Stoppers for Summer's reward fund. I was told by a detective in Knoxville. I have the phone call recorded. There is no Crime Stoppers in Hawkins County. Crime Stoppers for Hawkins County is Ronnie Lawson. I was told that by a detective out of Knoxville. So, and that was the Crime Stoppers there. So I'm not sure if Crime Stoppers has been contacted, but anyone who, especially like Sebastian's mom, she could call Crime Stoppers and ask if they would be willing to put, they usually will match or put toward something toward the reward fund for missing children. So that is definitely worth calling for. And I mean, Scout, yeah, the blip billboard, Seth could put up, I mean, he could just put up 2 blip billboards and it could only cost him, $100. Surprised all he wants to do is wear a t-shirt around. That should be telling as well. But who am I? Okay. So this here is in the matter of Rogers. Now this is Seth's side. All right. I, Seth Rogers, declare that I am the respondent in the above captioned matter, and I have personal knowledge of each fact set forth in this declaration. If called as a witness, I could and would competently testify within the bounds hereto. Petitioner Katie L. Rogers, hereinafter referred to as Katie, and I were married on June 21st, 2008, and still reside together. This is prior to now, so this is not current. For those who, sometimes you have to spell it out for people. I just want to make sure I'm clear. We have been married for 8 years and 3 months. We have 1 child together, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, hereinafter referred to as Sebastian, born December 7th, 2008. Sebastian is a Sagittarius like me. His birthday is 3 days after mine. On or about August 29th, 2016, Katie obtained a temporary restraining order against me and had me removed from our marital residence. She listed Sebastian as a protected party and obtained a child custody order through the TRO forbidding me to see him. There is a permanent domestic violence restraining order hearing set for September 16th, 2016 before this court. This is very important, you guys. So I would encourage those who are covering Sebastian's case to talk about this paperwork. Sebastian is listed here, even in Seth's portion, as a protected party, okay, under a domestic violence restraining order. Since being served with the domestic violence restraining order, I have not violated the DVTRO and have had no impermissible contact with either petitioner or our son. On August 29th, 2016 and September 8th, 2016, I turned in the firearms I was in legal possession of to the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. Attached hereto as Exhibit A are true and correct copies of the receipts and notices of confiscation. I have abided by the terms of the DVTRO, even though Katie's actions rendered me homeless. Oh, so Katie's actions rendered him homeless. Seth is always the victim, isn't he? Katie's request for a restraining order is based upon the following. I was, in air quotes, highly aggressive in my mannerisms, and I cursed and yelled at her. He says, not a basis for a restraining order under the facts. So Katie claimed he was highly aggressive in his mannerisms and he cursed and yelled at her, which is domestic violence. And it is actually basis for a restraining order when someone is highly aggressive and verbal abuse is abuse. Psychological abuse is abuse. Okay, so she's claimed that he is these things. He says, I was very angry, yelling at our son. Now, this is her claim. And our son said, Daddy hit me, in quotes. Not a basis for a restraining order under the facts, as I never hit him. Okay. I would like for anyone in the chat, please comment how you feel about these statements, because Katie is claiming that Sebastian said that Seth was very angry and yelling at him, and that Sebastian said, Daddy hit me. Knowing what we know now about the principal observing Seth smacking or hitting Sebastian in the head, we won't even mention the condition of his brain, because it's neither here nor there. You don't just hit a child in the head, regardless of any kind of condition they may have inside their head already. I have yelled at her and our son and slammed a door, breaking it. Not a basis for a restraining order under the facts. I beg to differ. Dismantling a door, okay, slamming the door, yelling and breaking a door is not a basis for restraining order under the facts. Who is this guy? For real. So this is who people are supporting and paying. Imagine what happened behind the scenes. Cotton candy boobs, I cannot even imagine. Please spread the word about this piece of shit. Please. You guys are literally the voices in these chats. Let me get to the next one. Like, all of your voices matter. I can sit here and read these, but you guys are the ones in the chat. Generic allegations of temper issues. False and not a basis for a restraining order, even if true. Generic allegation of drug usage. False and in and of itself not a basis for a restraining order, even if true. As a result of these baseless allegations, I respectfully request the court deny Katie's request for a permanent domestic violence restraining order, DVRO, in full. There is no basis for her claims, and she fails to prove conduct under the Domestic Violence Prevention Act that would justify a restraining order. You know, I'll say this. I have never personally in my life had anybody try to deny me my restraining order. I had one for many years. I was never met with something like this. This is scary. This man is literally fighting this woman on a restraining order in this documentation. Think about that. Like, really let this set in. I can't imagine, okay, a sworn affidavit by me being literally met with something like this. It's shocking. Incident of August 28th, 2016. In her request for the DVRO, Katie claims that on August 28th, 2016, I was being highly aggressive in my mannerisms and verbally watching her in her sleep. And I yelled at her because she is not willing to beat her son. This is not true. And even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. I believe this man is a psychopath. What actually happened on this day is that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked of him. I asked him to clean his room. He replied no, and that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. How old was Sebastian when this was written? Okay. August 28th, 2016. So he would have been, Sebastian would have been, let's see. So he'd have been 8 years old. Is it 8 years old or 7 years old? 7. 7 years old. He would have been 7 years old. Okay. So he's talking, let's keep in mind, he's talking about a 7-year-old child. I asked him to clean his room and he replied no, and that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. And he told me I should apologize for asking him to clean his room. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly telling him that under no circumstances should he ever speak to any adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. What a strange way to talk to a 7-year-old. Like at that point, you'd still be getting down on their level. A 7-year-old is still kind of kindercare, right? Like that really precious, like very innocent age, you know, first grade, second grade-ish. Most of the time, I would say about second grade or so, that's a babe. What a strange way that this man is saying he spoke to Sebastian. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside, and Sebastian approached me and told me he loved me and wanted to live with me after all. Why would he even write this? After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Can I just take a round of hands in the chat? If your 7-year-old told you that you owed them an apology for telling them to clean their room, or I don't know, went and jumped in mom or dad's lap and said, I hate mom or I hate dad. Of course, yes, that would be hurtful. But would you become very upset and angry? Or would you know how to compose yourself as a parent to a 7-year-old child? I mean, I'm just asking. I don't believe this man is sound of mind at all. And he probably rules with an iron fist. That's just the vibe I got. Make it make sense, Chrissy. Yeah, you can't make sense of this. This is strange. This documentation is so very odd. After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Our neighbor was in the house and she said something about being uncomfortable. So he's explaining here that the neighbor was in the house and even the neighbor felt uncomfortable. Well, geez, I wonder why. I told our neighbor I was going to just get some coffee and go outside to be alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm down and compose myself. Oh, I'm so glad he composed himself now. So hold on a minute. He said he wasn't violent, right? He was very upset. He had to go outside to compose himself because a 7-year-old child, well, we'll just call him a 7-year-old baby because the 7-year-old is very, very small still. And this man has problems. I can tell just from reading this. Seth Rogers is a troubled, disturbed human being. If this is how serious he took this, that the neighbor had to come outside and console him. He needed a coffee. He needed to be outside alone. The neighbor had to come follow him outside to ask him what was wrong. Are you kidding me? Are we dealing? Who's 7? Was it Seth or Sebastian? Who's the 7-year-old here? Something tells me Sebastian handled it better than Seth did. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently toward her or anyone else in the house, and I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat our son. So, in my opinion, Katie felt that Seth wanted her to discipline Sebastian, and she did not do what he wanted her to. He's disputing this. Let me get to the next one. Now, this one here, the one after this is missing. I don't know where it is. It was not given to me. I don't have 15 through 19, but this is what I have. So hold on. I don't like Seth at all. Okay. Did I just read this? Hold on a minute. No, I did not. Okay. Oh, let me go back so I know what was right before this. There was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Line 2, incident of August 22nd, 2016. In her request for the domestic violence restraining order, Katie claims that on August 22nd, 2016, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. I wonder why it's written that way. Her and our son. This is not true. And even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. Well, you don't get to decide that. What actually happened on this day was that Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce has been filed. and we were still residing in the same house, which created a tense situation. Although we argued, I never once acted violently, and never once did I encourage her to beat our son, as she alleges in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence and slammed a door, but her claim that I broke the door is false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. Well, I suppose if you don't have a picture proving that the door was broken beforehand, looks like you broke it. Right? Incident on August 11th, 2016. In her request for the domestic violence restraining order, Katie claims that on August 11th, 2016, I was angry at our son and that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed herewith declarations from some of these witnesses. Now, let me say this. I don't know a lot about the rare condition that Sebastian suffers from, the 6q27. But with that being said, with the hydrocephalus, basically that's what the right lateral ventricle fluid is. That's the CSF fluid that's on his brain. Now, and this is why I focused so heavily on it yesterday, these incidents where he was acting out can absolutely happen in the case of anybody, adult or child, who suffers from anything of the sort, okay? I'd like to know why Seth does not mention the fact that his son has hydrocephalus. I don't understand that. That's really odd to me. Something as significant as that is not mentioned anywhere. No mention of it. But he'll mention autism at the drop of a hat. Okay, so I wonder if Seth knows that hydrocephalus is far more dangerous to his son than autism is. I don't believe anyone's ever died from autism. However, people die every day due to hydrocephalus, okay? You'd think he would care more about that. Just saying. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. So do you see how he says others have witnessed him doing this, as if he needs a witness? I have filed herewith declarations from some of these witnesses. So he's got witnesses to testify to his son acting out at 7 years old. No one wants to talk about these. Why isn't Pascal or who else? All of these people, why are they not discussing this paperwork? Why is it being hidden? I'll make sure this is very easy to share. I'll probably read these out, post a video, and I'll put them on my community tab. That way the video is out there. The community tab is easy to share. I don't know why this isn't all over the place, but I guess because Seth doesn't want it out there, right? I'd imagine. How often is he used to getting what he wants? Seems like all the time, huh? On August 11th, 2016, Sebastian suffered from an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I had told him that day that if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. At no time did I ever hit him or display violent actions to him at all. This bothers me beyond belief. Right here. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. Why did he put that there? Why did Seth write that here? Something happened. In my opinion, something happened here. This is protesting too much. I am, however, glad he wrote it. This is a red flag through and through to me. I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. I'm going to read again before this sentence. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was clean, i.e., his room. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage. You would think he was talking about a grown adult. Flying into a rage. A 7-year-old flew into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. He has to make sure to paint Sebastian in such a way. No one cares about this, though, except a select few creators. Who's really for Sebastian? I reached out to catch him before his head hit the door frame. I want to know how he knew that his head would hit the door frame. How would you know where his head would actually hit? You wouldn't. You wouldn't. That's like defying the odds or the law of gravity, as if you would know where you would land or where your head would hit. This is bullshit right here. I'm calling bullshit right here. At no time did I ever hit him or display any violent actions to him at all. Well, I don't believe him. Now, the next one is skips to 20. So this is where we're missing a page. Now, I don't know if it's out there somewhere. If so, let me know. I will completely redo this. So I'll make sure people know where to find it. Let me take this down. And I apologize that I'm not seeing chat because I am reading. So the next one here is the last one. So line 1 says, keeping in mind 14, or was it 14? Let me see. Give me a sec. 15 through 19 are missing. We're at 20. I believe Katie only filed this request for a domestic violence restraining order in order to gain a tactical advantage in our divorce, and specifically to get me kicked out of our marital residence. As stated above, our living situation was quite stressful as we were going through the divorce process while living together. However, I believe Katie knew she could not remove me from the home without staging a domestic violence incident. So I had brought this up last night. Who takes issue with the fact that this man is accusing Katie, who is the alleged victim of domestic violence, of staging a domestic violence incident. It sounds like a whole lot was going on here. A whole lot. We've got Sebastian having a temper tantrum of sorts, according to Seth, who I don't believe a word he says. I can only imagine how this type of situation might affect a 7-year-old child. God forbid they have a reaction to it, right? Living in a household with domestic violence, is the child not allowed to have feelings? And if he's not good at, and I'm not saying that Sebastian was not good at expressing himself, but if he didn't know how to express himself, or if he was scared in any way at all, I guess his reaction was not acceptable to Seth. Seth can act like a baby, stomp his feet, and run outside with his coffee and cry like a little bitch, right? But Sebastian can't, throw himself on the floor and be angry. That really grinds my gears, okay? It really annoys me. It's all about Seth. Seth seems to be the only person that matters here. So he accuses Katie of staging her own domestic violence incident. This was totally unnecessary, as I know that we cannot live together any longer. Well, if he knows that they can't live together any longer, why is he bitching about her wanting to kick him out of their marital residence? Sounds like to me he wanted to stay. And I am willing to move out without a court order to do so. Also, I know that she did not want me to have equal custody of Sebastian. So the domestic violence restraining order is also an attempt to ensure that I do not see our son. So he is basically saying what the restraining order is for. He's not the victim, so he doesn't get to do that. I'm not sure if he's aware of how that works. Attorney fees. Katie requests the court order me to pay her attorney fees, but this is simply not possible. There is a vast discrepancy in income in this case. I have not worked in some time, as I have been a stay-at-home dad. Katie is an E5 in the Navy and earns substantial base pay and allowances. It sounds like he's very much interested in that. So he's a stay-at-home dad, and she earns a substantial base pay. Unbelievable. We all can kind of gather what kind of guy Seth is, I feel. And allowances, as reflected in her leave and earnings statement. She earns significantly more than I do. Well, go out and get yourself a job, tough guy. Where's your fucking job? Go get one. As reflected in our income and expense declarations. For that reason, and for the reason that Katie's request for a DVRO is baseless, meritless, and unnecessary, I request the court deny her request for attorney's fees and instead order her to pay my attorney fees and costs associated with having to defend myself against her completely false allegations. Conclusion: Katie and Sebastian have no reason to fear me. I have never harmed, harassed, or threatened them. Katie's request for a DVRO is simply a tactic she is using to try to get me kicked out of the marital residence and cease my contact with our son. So he states this again. He has to drive home in the conclusion that this domestic violence restraining order is only a tactic to get him out of the house that he doesn't want to be in anymore and knows he can't live with her, right? He states earlier He contradicts himself in this. Okay, this is a legal binding document. Okay, and he says he knows they can't live together. But now he's continuing on in the conclusion to say she's just trying to get him kicked out of their marital residence and to cease the contact with their son. He goes on to say, I respectfully request the court deny her request in full. So he is requesting that a court denies her restraining order. That is so scary for an abuser to request that the court deny her request for a restraining order. That is terrifying. I also request the court order Katie to pay my reasonable attorney fees to defend against her false accusations. This guy is a real piece of work. What a piece of shit. Hold on 1 second. So those there are the documents that I wanted to share. I'm going to go through the chat really quick. Can you guys give me just 2 seconds? Hold on right where you are. I just have to use the ladies' room. All right, I'm back. I want to come through the chat really quick because one minute. Let's see. I'm going to go all the way up to try to, because I was reading for quite a bit. I want to see what you guys had to say. All right, let's see. So I'll start here about 10 minutes ago. Be Real says, it seems to me it's all about Seth. Lori C says, there you go. Disgusting. Duchess says, can anyone imagine what Katie and Sebastian really dealt with? I cannot even begin to imagine. I don't know what this man was like to live with, but from what I have just even observed of him on these panels and in this writing here, on the appearances he's made, I do not care for him. I don't think it's a secret. I am trying to be like as respectful as possible. I think I've been actually so far up until this point. I think I've been more respectful than I usually am. I'm trying to handle this with a little bit more tact than normal. So Casey says, as a DV survivor, I can imagine. Casey, I'm really disturbed by the fact he tried to push back on the restraining order. I've never actually dealt with that. And I would be flipping out if someone ever tried to fight me on a sworn statement of my own. The nerve of him, the ball sack on this guy to say, hold on one sec. Sorry. My son forgot something and I just noticed it. I have to run it to him. I don't mean to leave you hanging. I just saw it sitting here. Hold on. All right. Sorry. Like running after him. Okay. So where was I? Lori C says, no threat of violence, no yelling, belligerent, slamming doors, etc. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. None of it happened. Yeah. Cotton Candy said, I'm going to go before I have a panic attack forever, Sebastian. I hope Cotton Candy is okay. Oh, and yes, you know what? I should really, if someone can share the, please share the domestic violence hotline I'm usually really good about the links. And you know what? Maybe one of my mods already has. I'm sure they have, and I just didn't notice. But if it's not there, someone please drop the hotline phone number, please, or the live chat, just so that that's there. I'll also pin it in the description of this live stream. And if you are sensitive to this kind of stuff, I apologize. I should have probably given a little warning beforehand. I wasn't even thinking. Usually I'm far better about it. I wasn't on my A game with that. So my apologies. And I hope Cotton Candy is okay. And everyone else as well, because this is hard to handle. Watching, to see I've never seen a document disputing a victim's request for a restraining order. I've not ever seen that before. That's a first for me. I don't know if anyone else has. I personally have not. It was broken. Are you talking about, okay, Casey and Lori said, didn't he say earlier? Oh, you're talking about the door. He said no. So what he said was that he didn't break the door, but that it was broken already. Luda said, Scout, you've been stellar with links today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Scout. And thank you to all of the moderators. Seriously, you guys are really so dedicated, and I thank you so much for everything. And you're so good about dropping people's links when they're up here. And like, I usually don't even have to ask. And if I do, it's already been done. And I just want to thank you guys for being here and for hanging with me through this live stream. How did the door become broken? He never did say, Sage Sleuth. Imagine that, huh? Go figure. The hate mob has to be stopped. Well, Cotton Candy Boobs, I can try. I can try to help. I don't know how much of a dent I can make in this. We'll see. We'll see. I have some things up my sleeve. I don't know how much time I will put into Seth, but I do have some plans. Casey says, nope. He's deflecting. I absolutely agree. Sarisa says, Casey, before I started babysitting during the summers, my parents drilled it into my head to not lose temper. And if I felt like I might, to send the kid to their room so I wouldn't lose it with kids. Yeah, and some people will say they'll go in their bedroom and shut the door for a couple minutes. Even I've heard moms Even people I've known in my own life who have said, I had to walk away. I had to go in my room, or I had to go in the bathroom and just shut the door for a couple minutes. You know, they had to walk away from their kid or whatever. Whatever way people cope is the way they cope. But this man doesn't seem to handle these things very well at all. Vulgar display of power, says such a disgrace and unacceptable. Father making money on his own son's disappearance. Shake my head, I'm in tears. It should go into the reward fund, Tiff. TM, Cotton Candy, Duchess, great investigating. Well, I honestly don't want to take any credit for investigating anything because I have not investigated on this case. I'm just investigating Seth. I want to make sure I'm 100 on this. He needs to be called out. This guy is sickening, and I'm getting sick of listening to him. I'm sick of looking at him as well. Okay? Ugh. Easy to blame any abuse on a child of autism by saying the child did it to themselves. Sage Sleuth, that bothers me a lot. It should be taken into very heavy account in this case. Very common in children who see domestic violence. Be real, absolutely. I find it very interesting that he's blaming this on, and it's not even the autism that he's blaming it on. He's blaming it on his other condition. Okay? So that's also, you know what? It's out of line, and I detest what he's saying here for the very reason that he is not at liberty to say what's causing Sebastian's behavior in this situation, because we don't know what Sebastian may have witnessed while in the home when there was domestic violence taking place. Yeah, children don't take well to it. And sometimes people think that their kids don't hear them, or that they're asleep, or, you know, they might be playing their video games with their headset on. Don't be so sure. Ladybug says, Seth claims he didn't know a lot of things. Now we are seeing the documents. Lori C, maybe that was the thud that Katie heard. Lori C, this was many years ago. So it was 2016 on these documents. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Luda, looks like Seth has a lot of problems with having his emotions and temper in check. Yep, I agree. Casey says, my middle foster girl was autistic. She was a handful, but we got into a routine within a month of me having them coming from a bad environment. I never thought of beating her. Well, God bless. I wouldn't think that you would, or anyone else would for that matter. Can you imagine flying into a fit of rage, right? Like he said about, Seth said about Sebastian. Can you imagine being an abuser, right? And then blaming your child who's sensitive to your abuse of their mother? Blaming the child for his reaction. This man needs help. Cotton Candy says Pascal gets worse every stream he does. Well, he's sitting over there with the 4,000 people eating it up, Cotton Candy. That's, you know, that's the thing. People would rather listen to lies and bullshit, and they will pay to be lied to. And that's the sickness of this community. That's why I really don't come here a lot anymore. It's not like we're getting credible information from a lot of these creators. I'm so selective on who I listen to. I used to really like him. I used to listen to him all the time before his name was ever said around here. And I was shocked. I've never seen him the way he is now. It's like I'm watching a completely different person. I don't know what it is. There are a couple of creators who have shared about it, but it's not gaining much traction. Yeah, Day Tripper. I don't know. It might take someone to, you just never know. Maybe somebody who's covering this case now may end up seeing things differently. Maybe they'll change their mind when they, maybe if subscribers start speaking against it, the creators will say, well, shit, that's my money train. And I can't continue to sit here supporting this guy because I'm going to lose my memberships, or I'm going to lose my rent money or whatever. Because these people only survive off their YouTube money, literally. So cut them off at the knees where it counts and see how quick they actually start giving a flying fuck. It will happen. It's going to take the subscribers to turn on them, though. You have to. That's the only way. And not you per se, because if you guys were supporting this shit, you wouldn't probably be in here right now. So I hate to say that I don't think it will change, because I hope that it does. I'd rather see a community wake up to it than stay in the dark. But I've watched this go on for so long. I have very little hope that it'll change, but I am still here trying. So I do have a little bit of hope that we can possibly make a difference. Cotton Candy says, oh, how them tables are going to be turning. I hope so. Can you imagine the demeanor he had in the F off video, that attitude towards the kid? No, he scares me a little bit. Casey, he's really bothersome to me. He gives me like agita. Luda says, it pays to go ham on Proudfoot and to coddle Seth. Soon tides will change, and if they see that dragging Seth brings money, they go ham on him too. But Luda, that's the thing. That's not what's bringing these creators money. I don't know what it'll take to change that. See, I wish I could say that it would be, something with Sebastian, but I don't even feel that a majority of these creators care about Sebastian. They're only here for super chats, cash apps, whatever. That's the truth. It's always been that way. But this actually, I feel, is probably one of the worst from what I'm watching. When you're watching Dolly sit there with 5,000 people in his chat while he just smokes a blunt and has old ladies call in and they're just spewing off whatever, you're in the depths of fucking YouTube hell. Truly. He lives with a sex offender. Okay, so a man who lives with a sex offender is covering a missing child's case. And I mean, you guys have to know it's probably 20 grand a month. Okay? Don't get it twisted. That's about what he's bringing in over there. Don't be fooled. Easily. Especially when he's going live with members only chats. No one can chat unless they become a member. That's all in the grift. Twice we know of Tiffany. He hit him in his head. Yeah, twice we know of Cotton Candy. Absolutely right. He should be jailed. He should be arrested and charged for child abuse. How he's not been in trouble for, if this happened in front of a principal, is beyond me. I don't even know how to make sense of it. I'm shocked. Hazel says, all I know from videos is that Chris should not have been around Sebastian. I do the same thing, Hazel. I abbreviate his name, like only in private. I don't do it in public, obviously. I do that with him. Though I do put Seb when I'm like writing to people. He does nothing but put him down. He does put him down. If you really truly pay attention to Seth, he does put Sebastian down. He's extremely critical of him. He's the wrong personality to be around a special needs child. I don't know about Katie or you mean Katie or Chris? Hazel, I think you got the last word wrong, but it's no biggie. I fixed it for you. Nika says, praying Sebastian is found safely soon. Huge red flag. Lori C says, hey, Gray Pearl. Miss Persevere says he threw him. Miss Persevere, you're probably not far off at all. And I know I'm behind. I want to pay attention to your comments, though. So those who don't know and aren't familiar with how I run it over here, I really do try to read the comments from the chat, and I like to highlight them and answer, so it kind of puts me a little behind. But just so you know, because I don't want people to sit in here and be ignored by me. Of course, I know you like to talk with each other, but I really do like being interactive with my chat. I've never hit my kid by him flying into my hand, because at 7, how the fuck was he tall enough? Casey, that's a great point. Scout says, so it's Sebastian's fault? Yeah, in Steph's eyes. I mean, he had more complaints about Sebastian than he did about Katie. And no offense to Katie, but I would rather, as a mom, I would rather take the brunt of, you know, my abuser's bullshit than have my kid deal with it, you know? So, and I'm sure, and I'm not speaking for her, I'm not speaking for Katie, but I'm sure she would rather take the brunt of Seth's abuse over having Sebastian take the brunt of his abuse. I really don't think that any mom would want her child taking the abuse on for them. I would take a black eyes all day long over my child even being verbally abused. You know what I'm saying? So Miss Persevere says, let me rephrase. It sounds like he threw him. Thanks, Miss Persevere. I appreciate when people do that. But I did know what you meant. I like when people word things properly. I'm kind of a stickler for that. Christy Cake says, probably talking about himself. All right, let me come down through here a little bit further. Cotton Candy says, did Seth ever have a girlfriend around? I'm not sure because I don't know enough, but I wouldn't imagine he's got many girls hanging off of him, but who knows? What do I know? Duchess says, Katie said he could not keep a job and she had to pay him alimony. Oh, for fuck's sakes. He really is a mooch, huh? This guy is a real piece of work. Why is no one talking about this? Yes, Flora May Bunny. Sebastian was 7 years old at the time of those documents with disabilities. Now, let me not say disabilities because I don't know if he had it. I don't know if he was labeled disabled. So let's correct that, only because maybe you know and I don't. That could be possible also. He has medical conditions, right, that affect him. So I don't know if Sebastian was labeled disabled or not. Maybe not, because I'm not sure. Maybe there's clarification on that. It doesn't really matter. He was 7 and he has things going on. Seth is a piece of shit. I don't care what anybody says or what anybody thinks about me saying it. He is a complete piece of shit. Maybe he'll have his PI handle me, you know, because he can't handle anything himself, obviously. Duchess says, and he did not live in military housing after being homeless, like he said on Alive, because they were banned from military housing because of Seth. Interesting, Duchess. See, things like that I think are so important to note, you know. So Vulgar Display of Power says, when I heard hydrocephalus last night, I was gobsmacked because hydrocephalus is serious, sometimes even fatal. In all the coverage and interviews, hydrocephalus was never stated. Shunt, helmet, question mark. So Vulgar Display of Power. Duchess was up here earlier and she did make sure to say several times, and you may not have been here, but it's important for me to say, that Sebastian did not have a shunt. And it was not stated if he had a helmet or not. I wouldn't imagine that he did, but then again, you never know. I don't believe that it was that far advanced where some of the babes really do. They need the helmet and everything, and it's so sad. I would love to see some awareness for Sebastian as far as the hydro goes, because that being overlooked is really, I don't like it not being mentioned. I think that the public needs to be aware, honestly, it should be right there with his autism diagnosis on NCMEC. Who am I? But that's important. It's extremely important. And that's all. I don't know. Christy Hicks says, oh my God, what he'd do to get them kicked out of housing. I don't know. It had to be, I'm sure it probably had to be bad for him to have gotten them kicked out of their military housing. Yep, all the money he took from them, that's how he repays them. Yep, cotton candy, isn't it something? These piece of shit, mooching ass men. And now he's using Sebastian for a paycheck. It is heartbreaking. It really is. You know what else is heartbreaking? The fact that the creators covering this don't want to talk about it. I've seen Lippy, Dutch, Emma. I don't want to forget anybody. Let me think. You guys, I haven't seen even a handful. I haven't even seen a handful discuss this. And the people out there have no idea because no one's talking about it. Hey, niece. Driving and listening. Can't watch chat. I'll wreck. Don't you dare wreck. Oh my God. I'll take your wrench away. Don't you ever, ever. Not on my watch, niece. Love you. Drive safe. Be Real says, thanks for covering this, Tam. Yeah, no problem, Be Real. I never did get to what I was going to do today, but I'm glad I got all this out of the way, and it was super productive because Dutch was up here, Cotton Candy came up here. We got a lot established. I'll come live again tomorrow, and I will keep on. I'm going over his statements. I have been gathering all of it, and I really would like to at least spend enough time. That way it's done. And those that are smart enough to pay attention will hear, and they can spread the word because they're the ones in the chats. You guys are the ones in chats out there drawing attention to this, and your voices matter. Your voices matter far more than mine does sitting up here. All I can do is read your comments, chat with you, put out what I can, but I'm not out there in those chats. I don't go in those chats. I don't even like those people. I'm really picky. I don't watch many people around here anymore. I'm very, very selective. Thank you, Sunshine Girl, for dropping the domestic violence hotline. Duchess sent links to Cotton Candy. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Thanks for coming in. Chris says, especially since the school calls CPS. Yeah, that's a major. When a school calls CPS, that is when you know. Yes, I did, Michelle. I will put them on my community post tab as soon as I'm done with this also. them grifting. Pimps, though, says, I feel like there could be change. Mass emails to each state governor and YouTube. Tag both emails and the complaints of the creators with clips of the monstrosity of what they are doing. You know, I would like to agree with you and say that I think that, you know, there could be change. I do believe that there will be change, but it's going to take something terrible happening for there to be change. And for a lot of past, that's how it always goes. Someone usually has to lose their life before a law goes into effect. That's the truth. So. All right, guys, I'm going to go. I'm starving. My stomach is eating itself. I've been live for 4.5 hours, which is like super long time. And it's a lot for, I think, a lot for a lot of people to absorb. Hey, Buttercup baby, I hope you're good. Sorry for the extra words. What'd you say? Oh, here it is. So glad to hear you talking about this. I've always felt something was off with Seth and nobody discussing him hitting Sebastian with the belt too. I believe Buttercup baby, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe it was Seth. In all fairness, I don't believe it was Seth that hit Sebastian with the belt. I thought that was Chris. And that's not okay. Not okay. I hope that never happens again. Again, that might be how he was raised. I'm not sure. It didn't look like Katie was very comfortable while that was going on. Her stare was very, you know, I noticed what, you know, she just looked so drained. She didn't really have much of a facial expression. She just looked very, very drained. I can't imagine what, you know, this family is going through. And poor Sebastian, wherever he is, I really pray he's alive. But I don't want him to being harmed. Ladybug, will you schedule your live tomorrow? I don't want to miss it. I could schedule it, yeah. After I'm done with dinner, I could do that. Did you have Katie's statement? I can send it if you don't. No, Duchess, I don't. I only had Seth's part. I didn't have Katie's statement. I would love to see it. I didn't want to ask for it, though, because I didn't think that it was even up for being seen. Thank you, Dutch. Yeah, I'll absolutely take that. They both hit him with a belt. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so Seth hit Sebastian with a belt as well. Great. Oh my God, this poor kid. My God. Traumatized people don't always show much. Absolutely right, Chrissy. You're right. You really are. Rainy days. You're welcome. No need to thank me at all. I'm happy to help and be here. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Dutch, you have my email right here. I'm going to send it to you. So I'll put it right here. I will be live tomorrow. I am going to come back. I feel that my work is not done with this. I would like to cover it well, and I would like to do a thorough job. So, and I really appreciate all the support that you guys can give because the word does need to spread. We're all pretty united around here and we can really get a movement started. You guys, and I don't need to have that's not what I'm asking. Please, no, I'm not asking for attention. Raise your voices. You please don't mention me. Don't say a word about me. A lot of people out there don't like me. It doesn't help matters even when you drop my name sometimes. So seriously, that's why I don't put my name on flyers when I make them. I swear the flyers get shared out far more without a brand on them. I really, really mean it. Raise your voices in these chats, you guys. Go in under different accounts if you don't feel comfortable. You've got to stand against it or else it'll never come to light. Oh, you sent it. Hold on a minute. Dutch, let me see. Let me see here. I am so hungry. I feel like I'm going to die. Hold on a second. Let me share this. I'm going to read this before I go because I want to make sure that you guys are able to hear this. I want it to all be in one piece, okay? So let me do this before I head out. Give me one sec. So this is Katie's statement. This comes from Dutch. And again, I'll make this really easy for people to find. I'll put it up on my community tab. There's only one, right, Dutch? It's a screenshot. I'm sorry. I meant to ask earlier. No worries. I'm totally thankful for it right here. Let me grab this. Don't apologize. I appreciate that you sent it. Okay. There's only one, correct? I only have one. Did I only get one? Let me check and make sure I'm not nuts. Yeah. Since returning. Okay, so that must be what it starts with. Okay. So let me pull this up for you guys. Sorry, I said I was going to go. I think some people left even, but that's okay. No worries. I didn't realize I was going to stay. Hold on. Let me pull this up. So this is Katie's. Yes, that is it. And she says she stands by it. It is the truth. Thank you, Dutch. Okay. So this comes from Katie. This is her statement. Since returning from deployment. So this is in response to what he had written, what we just went over a little bit ago. His, disputing her request for a restraining order. Because that's totally normal, right? Typical abuser. Only an abuser would literally dispute a woman's request for a restraining order. I've never seen that. Not ever in my life. Oh, maybe I'm sheltered. I've just not ever seen it, and I'm shocked. But okay. Since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. Oh my God, this needs to be out there. You guys, please do not let this man get away with this. She said, I have witnessed him. Let me start this over. I'm just going to read this straight through in case anyone needs to flip it. And I'm not sitting here going on and on and on because I am infuriated by this kind of shit. So I'm going to start over. All right. I get very upset about this kind of stuff. Especially seeing him being held on a pedestal. I'm so fucking sick over this. Since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I've witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry. My neighbors informed me that during my duty days, they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house crying and looking for his dad because he had been gone for long periods of time and didn't know where he was. They told me they have told my son to go inside and lock the door when this occurred. Seth will on a regular basis just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian is in the area and sees this. On several occasions, when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his daddy's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is all because mommy doesn't want to love daddy anymore. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present anytime that Seth were due to him making them uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year had started, we had just finished explaining the Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain. And he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him in the head in front of his teacher. And when I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that and cannot keep doing that because it is wrong, he told me it wasn't that hard and it's fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. I found out when I took the restraining order to the school, they had contacted CPS 1 week prior. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up, screaming, and kicking in the middle of the night with terrors, fear of making a mistake for fear that daddy will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I've reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD in light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I have spoken to his doctor, and a referral is in place for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with this transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my family, without listening. He's been monitoring every text and call that I make to patronize me and keep me from telling people exactly what has been going on, hovering over every call that I make. On 6/5/2016, Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into that Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes to give or take later, he came back, pulling in crooked and fast, jumped out of the car and ran inside the house, looking for his gun, stating that he was going to kill that blank. My neighbor was over at the time and took recording of him during that time. I responded that if he took his gun and tried to kill someone, he would wind up in jail, that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him, where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at the car. Soda was all over the outside and inside of the car, and pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He said he did nothing to provoke this and refused to make a police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings, but was exaggerated his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normally again. I have also received multiple complaints at various times throughout the past 4 to 6 months from neighbors that he makes them feel uncomfortable because he's standing out front, confronting everyone when they come home or watching them. My neighbor in unit is in process of adopting, and they have persons come to the house on a regular basis. I caught Seth approximately 1 month ago confronting the gentleman because he parked in his spot and telling him he doesn't care who the F he is, and that if he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed or beat his ass. This was to a social worker there to check their home, and he knew it. Attached are pictures of our son with marks left by the respondent. Those are not attached here, nor would I ever show them. I certify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. And this is signed by Katie Rogers. This needs to be discussed in the hydrocephalus community. Katie, if you're out there listening, they're your greatest defense. They will stand for Sebastian. That's a promise. I can speak for them. I know with all my heart. Sebastian has a completely different family you've never even met or know anything about online, and it's not here. It's over there on Facebook. They will rally for him until there is nothing left of Seth and nothing he could ever say. My best advice to them is to bring awareness to this with Sebastian's condition, with his brain condition. I think it's the greatest defense mechanism against this man. He abused him knowing what he had wrong. It's hydrocephalus, and there are hundreds and thousands of people out there who will stand up for Sebastian. Dutch, if you're listening, please pass that message along. I'm sure she has no, I'd imagine she has no energy to go anywhere, reach out to anybody, but I really think that that's the best advice I could possibly ever give. People need to know that this happened to Sebastian at the hands of this man who is sitting around on the internet and on court TV and all the places acting like he's some kind of godsend in Sebastian's life, and he's not. Honestly, they would raise holy hell, and I know they would. I'm going to go because I feel like I'm going to burst out into tears. I see thank you, Yanni, and thank you, Casey. I'm going to end this live, and I'll be back tomorrow. Dutch, I might email you some links and resources because I think it's really important that Katie has them, and no pressure. But there are people that will really stand up for him. And they will literally fight against that. They will fight. So I'm going to go, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, and I hope you have a good day. Happy Saturday. Bye, guys.